Well, Dance the Tune gets played, obviously. Dave, two weekend cards. Tampa is really the first mention I've had a chance for Tampa. And you did some of the advanced work, the Tampa Bay and the Endeavor tomorrow. We'll talk to Barry Spires in the second half. Barry will handicap that late action. These came up good.
Yeah, the Tampa Bay Stakes. It was funny. I was going through it first time, and I was making a few calls earlier in the week, and then I looked down and I said, I totally skipped over Tom's Magic, having just run second in a Grade 1. I said, well, I guess I better rethink how I write this story. And I called Michael Stidham yesterday and went over, what, because he hasn't run in Tampa very much. In fact, I think he ran 3 horses the last 2 years there, and I just was wondering why he went there with this horse. And he said, I've got 2 horses in the same category, Monador, who won the Woodchopper, and this horse, and he just wanted to split them up. And Monador is going to run in the Fairground Stakes, I believe, on the 14th, and this horse shows up in what looks like a nice spot for him in the Tampa Bay Stakes. And it really, he ran very well in the Hollywood Derby. Got beat ahead by Salamis, but even Michael said, look, the best horse in that race was Test Score. He said we got lucky to, he had a really tough trip, and he was heartened to see that Test Score came back and won the Pegasus last week. So he's coming out of a key race. He looks like he's going to work out a really, really nice trip, and I do think he's the right one in that spot.
As it happens, we had Corey Johnson the other day, and we talked about his flashy filly that won at Gulfstream over the weekend. But I brought up Tom's Magic, and they're excited about what he's got. Quattro Centro in here for Fausto Gutierrez, and I was interested in him from a pace standpoint, in that Fort Lauderdale. Isn't he on an isolated lead here?
He is. My issue with him is his races off Lasix, and obviously they're tougher races, they're stakes races, but his races off Lasix just aren't as good as his races on Lasix.
Fair point.
Now he did win. He if you just look at his record at Tampa, it looks like he's never won there before, but he did. He finished first in a race last March, and he was disqualified for a Butte overage, so that's why But he ran a very good race over the course. But I guess my concern, like I said, was just the fact that his off Lasix races and are not as good as his on Lasix races.
Mark Casse, who pops up everywhere, he's got Mrs. Weber's Win for the Money, who's one of the choices going into this. Tampa Bay goes as the 7th, and then the 9th, the Endeavor for the fillies and mares, and this has got a going in a field of 11. Aussie Girl catches the eye of Will Walden, and of course ran into an issue in the Sewanee, and so that put a line through that, and then you go back to the Noble Damsel effort, and Walden is becoming a force wherever he turns up.
Yeah, you have to respect him as you say, wherever he puts his horses. He's very good at placing his horses in live spots. And I agreed. So, in the Swanee River, she got carried out awfully wide into the first turn, and Tyler Gaffleone just said, "Look, this is futile to continue on." So he just pulled her up, and I think Will was happy that he did, so that provided she was none the worse for the wear, which she wasn't, he could look at the next spot on the calendar and found this one, and I think it's a good spot. She has a bit, she can be a bit headstrong, a little bit keen, and that could limit her in terms of how far she wants to go. And he kind of indicated to me that maybe the mile 16th is at the end of how far she'll be successful at. But he did say, look, there's other speed in here, and if Ben Curtis can get her to come back to him just a little bit, then she should be able to punch down the lane. He brought up a good point, and I can't remember if I left it in the story or not, that Ben riding in Europe gets on a lot of horses. When he was riding in Europe, gets on a lot of horses that can be keen, and so he's got a good hands, a good experience with those types. And when he's looking for a jock, because the last few Dylan, who rode her in the Noble Damsel, is out, and Kyler's in Florida, so or it's got Gulfstream. So he selected Ben, and it was probably a good choice. But it's an interesting race. Chad, who won this race 5 times, Al Jafara, hasn't run in about 10 months. Bone modeling there, or bone bruising was the issue there. But she had a really nice run in that allowance race at Keeneland that she won in the 12-horse field. So she's, and Chad off layoffs is potent. So I'm interested to see what she brings to the table in that spot.
Dave, a couple of notes from during the week. You had a busy week, and you found tons of things to write about, including the newly crowned She's So Spicy, who's got a little bit of a rash.
Yeah, looks like she's got a skin condition that's preventing her from shipping to Saudi for the turf sprint out there. Not a great week for the champions. Not a great 24 hours, I should say, for a couple of champions. But again, it's not super serious. It's just bad timing. She will, talking to Jose D'Angelo, I just got the impression that going to Dubai from here didn't excite him as much because the race is a straightaway. So I don't know if she's going to go there for the turf sprint there. I wouldn't be surprised seeing that A, she's had success at Keeneland, and B, the Breeders' Cup's at Keeneland, so why not go back there and get reacquainted with the course? That she shows up in one of the 2 stakes there. I think it's there's one for fillies, one for boys. They're both the same pot. They're both the same distance. It's just a difference of like a week or so. So my guess is that she'll wind up at Keeneland, but if they opt to want to go to Dubai, I guess they could.
And finally, was pleased to see that Al Gold's Champagne winner, Napoleon Solo, who has been kind of sequestered himself, is back on the radar screen. Yeah,
I think what's going to happen now, he's had 3 works now, I believe, at Palm Meadows, and I believe talked to Chad Summers yesterday, but the day before he indicated that he had 3 options, and you wonder now with Ted Nafi not in the mix, how much do you start to look at the Fountain of Youth? The Gotham makes a lot of sense to me, just from the standpoint of he's already won a 1-turn mile race at Aqueduct, and the points that you get if you win the Gotham pretty much solidify your position in the starting gate at the Derby. So I think the question for him as far as a Derby horse goes is just how far will he go? Is he's another one in the guise of an Aussie girl, just has a lot of speed, and can he carry it 1.25 miles? You're not sure. His Champagne was dynamite, but he's going to have to learn to harness that speed a little bit. But like you said, it's good to see him back, and we'll see where he winds up for his 3-year-old debut. But I wonder if the Fountain of Youth now becomes more in play with Ted Nafi out. But I guess some of that will be decided tomorrow, and we'll see how solid a field, or how well the horse is in the Holy Bull Run.
Speaking of comebacks, are you coming back to Long Island anytime soon?
If they let me in. Supposed to come back Sunday night. I was glad to see that at least it looks like that whatever they were talking about earlier in the week is not going to be a significant snow, because I'm sure my wife would lock me out of the house if I missed a second snowstorm. The only good thing is, what I do have in my favor is my daughter is down here for this weekend. She's actually working.
Oh, nice.
Her company has a branch office, if you will, in Boca, and I just, right before you called, I just dropped her off. So so they'll have to let me back because I got precious cargo to bring back to New York on Sunday night.
Del Boca Vista. Dave, looking forward to the weekend and getting you back. We will convene, I'm sure, before I see you in Tampa, but safe travels.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Enjoy the day.
Well done. Well done down there. Dave Grenning, everybody, covering literally 4 circuits at once, New York, Tampa. He did do some Gulfstream and of course the Eclipse Awards while down there. Brad Free is very focused on Santa Anita and ready for a really nice Saturday card. Brad, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. You're right. The Saturday card really came up terrific. A pick six sequence that does not have a claiming race in it. That's something that's very rare in California, except for the optional, one other than $50,000 claiming. But 6 straight races on Saturday that are, allowance caliber and or graded stakes caliber. So looking forward to jumping into the Saturday card. Friday and Sunday came up a little bit on the soft side. In fact, today's feature race is a maiden race for Calbred 3-year-old fillies. And then on Sunday was expected to be the Las Virgenes Stakes. That race was pushed back to next weekend. So maiden races on Friday and Sunday, but on Saturday, a couple of good stake races, competitive stake races. The Grade 2 San Pasquale and the Grade 3 Megahertz for fillies and mares on turf. So, yeah, good card on Saturday. Looking forward to jumping into that.
Well, and might as well start with the stakes action. And I looked at that San Pasquale, and I mentioned it, I don't know, maybe Tuesday, and I said, this is 6 horses, and it's a really confusing group of 6. I didn't. Nothing grabbed me by the lapels here. How did you read this?
You and me both. I mean, this is a baffling race. There's probably only one throwout in the race, and that's the horse that was, won a $25,000 claiming race last time out, a horse named Ghazali. The other 5 horses, they're very evenly matched. They all have pros and cons. Midnight Mammoth is the horse I ended up picking. He's coming back in 15 days after earning a career high buyer speed figure of 99 at 2 on Thoroughgraph. So I don't know if he can reproduce that. I know he's better around 2 turns, or was supposed to be, but he's a 7-year-old wheeling back 15 days after a career best figure. So I don't know if he can run 2 alike. Ghazali probably overmatched. Getaway Car, a mile and 1/8 seems like a long distance for him. Bartoli, he finished, an okay third last time out. He actually earned a decent number. He doesn't strike me as a horse that wants to go a mile and 1/8. Pony Express is speed. Westwood takes off blinkers. He's eligible to one other than. There's a lot of different ways to go here. I ultimately just kind of threw my hands up in the air and took the horse that I think is the best horse when he fires, and that is Midnight Mammoth. I'm very, concerned about the quick turnaround, but I'll trust trainer Craig Galassi in this case. And if Midnight Mammoth runs his best race, I think he can win this race, but I don't have a whole lot of conviction in his chances.
100% on all fronts here. Pony Express making the 5-year-old debut. Is he ready? If he steps forward and improves it all, he can win. Bartoldi, that was actually a good effort in the stake try in the Lafitte Pinkai. I went up and down, back and forth. This goes early. Starts the pick 6. Jump to the megahertz, and then we'll take a few different pokes at the maiden race and the allowances and so forth.
Yeah, the megahertz is race number 7, 1 mile on grass for fillies and mares. It's a Grade 3. The program favorite is number 2, Public Assembly, who she did not have a great trip last time out. She didn't break real well. Rispoli took her back to last. They went the half in 50 and 4, 3/4 in 15 and 3. Public Assembly is a late runner, and she's not going to be making up ground, from behind a 6 furlong split of 15 and 3. So she actually ran well to finish 5th. She was 3-5. That was in the Grade 3 Bobby Frankel, and everybody expected her to win. I did too, but she had no chance under the circumstances. She looks like there's a little bit more speed in this shorter race, the megahertz, and Public Assembly will have every chance. And I picked her second. But the horse that I kind of like is number 7, Vibes. Her win in the Swing Time Stakes 2 starts back at Santa Anita, a 1 mile grass race. She went in 34 and 4. I think that's good enough to defeat this Grade 3 field in the megahertz. She tried the Grade 1 Matriarch last time out. Vibes did. She was forwardly placed, and she just wasn't good enough against that company. But she's been fresh in 2 months since then. She's working well. She's reunited with Juan Hernandez. And Vibes, she has a little bit more tactical speed than Public Assembly. I think that she'll get first run. But then there's also Princessa Mocha, a Peruvian mare she's won 11 races, and she really turned things around last fall for trainer Doug O'Neill, her new trainer. She scored a 1 other than win at 17-1, then a 2 other than win at 19-1, And then O'Neill put her in the grade 3 La Cienega. She's not going to be competitive in here, is she? Yeah, she was. She finished second at 16-1. So this is a filly who continues to outrun her odds. She's speed. She's probably the quickest of the field. And Princessa Mocha has a big chance to, I think, wire the field. So those are the three principles in the megahertz. Public Assembly, Vibes, who I do kind of like on top at 92, and then Princessa Mocha. The filly that I'm kind of against here is actually listed as the second choice on the morning line. That's number 4, Will Then. I just don't think she's fast enough at this stage of the game. She's a newly turned 4-year-old filly. Her only start against Older was a 5th place finish at 9-2 in the red carpet down at Del Mar. And then last time out in the American Oaks against 3-year-old fillies, she finished a decent third. This is a different ball game. It looks like she's dropping in class. I think she's going up in class from a grade 1 for 3-year-olds into older fillies and mares, a grade 3. I don't think that Will Then, at least at this stage, is fast enough to defeat these. She's good. She's won 3 out of 10. She's made more than 239,000. But I think that she's up against it with against Public Assembly, Vibes, and Princessa Mocha.
I did not, when I had Jeff on yesterday, Crafty, when we were doing the Thoroughgraph segment, I didn't have the morning lines, and I was shocked last night when I printed the quick sheet to see a horse that I brought up with Jeff yesterday at 30-1. Simon Callahan, Brad, has got that Baltic Fire out on the outside, and you and I are Thoroughgraph players. You go down to that race in July at Del Mar, ran a 7 3/4, and now her subsequent 3 starts, she's curling back to a good effort. She is going to be a monster price. I know this Caesar Belmont, it wins by appointment, but I'm using Baltic Fire somewhere on the tickets because if she runs back to that 7.5, she can hit the board.
Absolutely, she can. If she runs back to that, that race last summer at Del Mar. The question is, that was the only really fast race in her 14-start career. So, I guess the gamble is that she can somehow reproduce it. She is coming in off a little bit of a layoff.
Same layoff, Brad.
Yeah, right. Same layoff. So if she runs back to that July race at Del Mar, she could be competitive in this field. I suspect that maybe that race was an aberration. She was 57-1 that day. She might be 57-1 on Sunday also. She's going to be running late. As far as her jockey goes, Caesar Belmont, this kid can ride. He just hasn't had a whole lot of chances yet. He started off really well this last fall. I think he won with 2 of his first 6 mounts in California. Things have gotten a little bit chilly out here at Santa Anita winter so far, but I wouldn't draw a line through Caesar Belmont. He's a young guy. He's from France. He can ride a little bit. So we'll see when he gets some more chances. But he's on Baltic Fire. That's not a bad thing. And look, at 30-1, I wouldn't talk you off of.
2 of her 3 wins have come on layoffs, and even her 3rd win, which was the allowance in November during the fall meet at Del Mar. Even that came, at about a 6-week spread. So she runs well fresh. The concern to have with her is she may be a horse that needs Lasix, because when she's come off Lasix, that's when she's gotten thumped. So that's the one proviso.
Well, in the 3 races without LASIK, she was 81-1, 30-1, and 32-1. I'm not sure she was supposed to be competitive in those races, but that's a valid point. And it's something I look at quite a bit. How does a horse run without LASIK? In the case of Baltic Fire, not very well, at least not yet. So look, at 30-1, you're going to have to overlook, a few imperfections. The outside post going a mile, the no LASIK, but at that number, I think you can overlook some of those deals. So, look, 30-1 again. It's a very creative selection, a great creative use. As far as long shots go in the megahertz, the filly that I'm more interested in than Baltic Fire would be the one right to her inside, Sigh No More, only because she's making her first start for trainer Phil D'Amato. And the reason she's out here in California, one of the reasons that she was purchased privately, is that they thought that she might prefer the more firm turf courses in California than the East Coast, soft, good type turf courses that she's been running on. So Sai No More has been working well. Kazushi Kimura has been breezing her regularly for trainer Phil D'Amato. We've seen D'Amato, when he acquires these horses, they can sometimes move up a ton first star back for him. And Sai No More is listed at 10-1. She's kind of the question mark. We don't really know where she belongs out here, but you can't say that she doesn't belong. She was running against some decent company back east. She's a stakes winner at Monmouth. Sai No More is the bomb to me at 10-1, making her first start for D'Amato.
Well, and Marcelo Polanco is making us all look at his horses 3 times everywhere he's turning up.
Yeah, no kidding. He has a 30-1 shot in here as well. That's Violetta M. She's not fast enough. Her 3 races in the United States, including her 4th place finish in her U.S. debut last summer at Del Mar, just don't quite stack up with these. She got an 8 3/4 in that Del Mar comeback race in summer. That's not fast enough to, Public Assembly can do 7s. So can Vibes, and then the 30-1 shot that you mentioned earlier, Baltic Fire with that 7 3/4. At this stage of the game, Violetta M is just not fast enough. But you're right about the stable. Marcelo Polanco is kind of on a little bit of a roll right now.
I want to talk about the 2 maiden races, Brad. I don't want to let you go without that. And start with the 6th, where Baffert and Speedway, they unveil Potente, the $2.4 million Saratoga yearling bred by the Y Gods. Baffert's also got the rail horse Duntov, who is a $575,000 Keeneland yearling for the 3 Amigos. There's also Sheriffs bringing out the Searings Deep Tracks, the $1 million Nyquist in here as well. Lots of pedigree to talk about, and you've got no interest in any of them.
I actually like number 3, Crude Velocity. I was a little disappointed to see that he's also the 5-2 program favorite. He's a Bo Liam first-time starter, trained by Baffert, and this horse's workout on January 16th, 5 furlongs from the gate, was terrific. And Baffert first-time starters are ready to roll. He puts Juan Hernandez aboard, and I think the Crude Velocity is definitely the horse to beat, primarily based on what I saw in that January 16th workout on the XBTV or First, whatever they call the television workout situation these days. Anyway, Crude Velocity, I think, is the horse to beat, but he's not a standout in this race at all. Number 6, Ruler of Law, ran exceptionally well first time out. He has an experience advantage. He wasn't real quick from the rail. He didn't show any speed. He kind of got blocked behind horses on the turn. Ruler of Law finished well and galloped out very well in a promising career debut. That was a 6 furlong grass race. He's by tis the law. There's no reason why he can't move to dirt. And Ruler of Law, I think, is the main threat to Crude Velocity. If he improves second time out, if he gets a little bit better trip and doesn't hit traffic on the turn like he did in his debut, I think Ruler of Law can be right there. The other, another Baffert horse, the horse on the rail, Duntov, he's by Maxfield. 3 of this colt's, the dam of Duntov, a filly by the name of Bible Belt, she's had 4 runners. 3 of those 4 won first time out. So I always like to look at how progeny of a dam have run in their career debut. And in the case of Duntov, he has 3 siblings that won their career debut. So, Jaramillo is up for Baffert. That's a new combination that we don't often see. And I suppose that he's live. This looks like a stacked maiden race. But Crude Velocity, to me, is the horse to beat. I don't know what to do with Potente, the $2.4 million yearling that Baffert trains. You would think that Baffert, generally speaking, he puts Juan Hernandez on the horse that they're trying the most with, and that's, in this case, it's Crude Velocity. But Potente with Kazushi Kimura has worked well. Son of Into Mischief, cost a lot of money, and I'm sure expectations are high. Again, you could probably go through the entire field and make a case for just about everyone in the field, including the horse on the bottom, number 8, Captain Sheep, who set blazing fractions first time out, going 6.5 furlongs. He went 21-1, 43-2, and he still held second behind Secured Freedom, who we're going to see next Saturday in the Robert B. Lewis. He's going to stretch out to 2 turns, Secured Freedom is. But Captain Shreve ran very well in his career debut. He might be the speed of the speed, shortening from 6.5 to 6 with the race under his belt, and he's a threat as well. So lots of ways to go in race number 6.
The nightcap, Brad, is the other maiden special, and these are the fillies. They're going to go on the flat course, 6.5, and I thought this had not a lot of definition. This felt like a place where you're gonna lean on connections to some degree. D'Amato with a first-time North America, that kind of thing. There's a little bit of pedigree. Sadler with that Don Alberto. Novita Dominga, that dam was a stake winner. This is a Not This Time that just gets any kind of horse. What you doing here?
Yeah, this is a very interesting way to end the Saturday card. There will be a couple of scratches because two of those that are in the body of the race actually entered back in a similar race on Sunday, including Silky Sevi, the D'Amato making her U.S. debut this weekend. She's going to probably come out Saturday and run Sunday. And the same with number 4, Acoustic Kitty, Sadler Ronis. They already have Novita Dominga in the race. So Acoustic Kitty and Silky Sevi are both expected to scratch and run Sunday, along with the 2 also eligibles, Kazazi and Lady Detective. It's a competitive race. I went with number 11, Counterbalance, and I remember her career debut last summer at Del Mar when she was a 2-year-old. She finished 4th by 3 lengths at 37-1, and she earned a 55 buyer speed figure. But that race was absolutely terrific. She had no speed. She finished full of run. She galloped out like a beast, and I thought, wow, what kind of filly is Counterbalance? She kind of fizzled in her next start, I should say. She stretched out to 2 turns, which you would expect would be perfect for her, and she just kind of ran flat. She finished 5th by 2 lengths. The winner did come back to win a stakes race, Brave Deb, and then she was off, and she shortened up to 5 furlongs, which was too short last time out, and Counterbalance ran well. Now she's going from 5 furlongs to 6.5, and this should be the ideal trip for Counterbalance, trained by Michael McCarthy, a Caravaggio filly, whose dam Out of Balance has a terrific pedigree as well. So she's the horse to beat, in my opinion. But Sadler's first-time starter, Novita Dominga, by Not This Time, out of a mare who won stakes race on turf, at least one. Not This Time progeny have won 18% first time out. And Sadler, when he sends a first-time starter out in a turf sprint, I think he's won 5 of his last 11. So Novita Dominga, expectations are high. They're not predicting victory first time out, but they do believe that this filly has ability. Novita Dominga is listed at 8-1. Barrios is aboard for Sadler, and I think that she is live first time out. But to me, Counterbalance is the horse to be, stretching out from 5 furlongs to 6.5 in a very competitive race.
Good card tomorrow at Santa Anita. And for those of you that we've been playing the coast to coast races 3, 5, and 7 are the Santa Anita races, and then Gulfstream is utilizing the 9th and the 11th. The 11th is that Sweetest Chant, which came up very good, and the 9th is just a nice allowance group going a mile. So coast to coast looks good. Of course, we had those crazy carryovers the other day too, Brad, which made things kind of fun.
Yeah, it's always nice when you get a carryover to shoot for. It kind of mitigates the takeout rate a little bit. So no carryovers this weekend that I'm aware of anyway. But some good racing up ahead.
Well, you mentioned that entry back like Acoustic Kitty and Sulky Sevi, but I also see that the late Jeff Siegel's Surfin' USA is back in that spot too.
That's Sunday in race number 5, and Surfin' USA is definitely a contender. She's had nothing but bad luck in her last 2 starts. She had a brutal trip last time out. She was blocked into and through the lane. I think she finished 4th. And the race before, she threw a fit inside the starting gate. She actually lost the shoe. She was adding blinkers. She was running long. She got keen, and it just was a throwout. She should love the 6.5 on Sunday. Surfin' USA should. But I went with Silky Sevi, who's going to make her U.S. debut Sunday in race number 5. And I think she's ready to roll. Even though D'Amato believes that she wants a little bit longer than 1 turn, he thinks she'll be better around 2 turns, this European filly. There's a horse in here that I am very interested in wagering on if the price is right. I'm talking about Sunday, race number 5, and that's the Sadler-trained second-time starter, Red Cherry. Sadler considered running her on dirt first time out, or excuse me, running her on grass first time out, but he didn't. There wasn't a suitable grass race, so he ran her on dirt, and she dueled and she cracked, and she finished 8th at 13-1. So off of an 8th place finish at 13-1, she has to be at least 10-1 second time out. Sadler believes that she has changed since then. Red Cherry, that race has moved her up. He believes that she is going to love grass. She's down on the inside, so she doesn't have a whole lot of options. I think that Red Cherry is going to run a much better race second time out than she did in her career debut. And if she's, double-digit odds, she might be worth gambling on in the second start of her growth. But Silky Save and Surfing USA are the two principals Sunday in race number 5.
Well, and I also want to slip in, since we're talking maidens and on Sunday, in the second race, you've got fillies going a mile, and Luckiest comes back for Baffert for the 3-year-old debut. This is the Into Mischief out of the wonderful As Time Goes By, the Grade 1 winner, for those that don't remember her, by American Pharoah. And Luckiest, I imagine, and interesting, goes back to dirt. And I imagine she'll be well backed in there.
Well, she should be, because if you watched her trip last time out, she had a tough trip. She did not really have a fair chance through the lane, and she galloped out super after the race, after the wire. That was on grass. This is a dirt race on Sunday, and she's one of several contenders in this race. I think favoritism probably going to go to number 3, Wolf Hill, who finished second by a head last time out. She was 9 lengths clear of third, and she's a contender. There's only 5 horses in this field, so it's very difficult to find value. But maybe there's an exception here. I took a shot in this race with the filly who I'm convinced wants to run 2 turns. That's Ethereal Quality. She's a quality road filly out of a 2-turn stakes-winning dam named Mei Ling. And both of her even-paced sprint races would suggest that she wants every bit of a route of ground. So I took Ethereal Quality, hoping for a little bit of a price, maybe 5-1 in a 5-horse field. But there are some good prospects in here. Again, I took a shot with Ethereal Quality, but Wolf Hill, the likely favorite, and Luckiest off that tough trip 4th last time out, certainly a contender. And Baffert has 2 in the race, as he often does. And the other one is Forced Entry, who I would expect is going to set the pace. She did in her career debut on grass. She went 22-1, 45-3. That would put her on the lead going 2 turns on dirt. So lots of ways to go in a small field, but I took a shot with Ethereal Quality.
This is a very interesting race, even with the just the quintet.
5 horses.
Yeah, Brad, this was great. Looking forward to next week. We'll got the Bob Lewis, and we'll talk next week.
Sounds good, Steve. I'll talk to you soon. Take care.
Brad Free, everybody. Brad Free 1 on your Twitter, but more typically in the pages of America's Turf Authority, the Daily Racing Forum. I think I got Nick Tamaro in the background.
You do?
Yeah. Oh, and you're in the car.
Yeah, donuts with Dad this morning. So on the way to Sam Houston now after a little stopover at school, and long day. Nice.
All right. Well, that's right. Because what time? Yeah. What time's the last race go off? Typically.
9:32.
All right. Not terrible. Not terrible.
You know, if it felt like work, Steve, it would be bad, but it does not.
That's for sure. No. The voice of Sam Houston Race Park. Nick, some interesting racing this weekend, and go wherever you want. I'll let you rifle through some opinions.
Yeah, obviously I'll cover Gulfstream and Santa Anita for Twin Spires and have those videos up tomorrow. Going to do a Twin Spires late pick 5 preview for Gulfstream a little bit later this morning, live stream at 11 a.m. So when you click over at the races with Steve Bick, you can take in the live stream and the tape of it. Jackson Muniz and Ashley Anderson will join me. So we're going to take a look at this Gulfstream pick 5 that obviously is anchored by the Holy Bull. And, you know, the question, of course, with the Holy Bull, with the anticipated scratches of a couple of runners, is how good is Cannoneer? And hopefully we're going to find out that and see just how loaded Brad Cox's hands for the Derby potentially is, because Cannoneer is a horse that there were pretty high hopes for going into his debut, and he ran somewhat disappointing in terms of finishing third. Did finish behind Comport, who ended up being a stakes winner for Eddie Caneley, and came back with just a gangbusters effort, Steve. I think is the best way to describe it. It was a very, very strong performance. The also-rans have pretty much validated the Beyer speed figure, but it's a tricky figure situation because they were all very well beat. So, the 63s came back and ran 65s. Does that necessarily totally validate the 90 that Cannoneer got? I would like to think so. It also feels like the adjustment with the scratches of Butane, Summers runner on the outside, should probably make Cannoneer the one to catch. And you wonder if this is just going to be the day where he has the right set of circumstances. Though I do wonder a little bit how good Incredibles is. And I think, Riley Mott may, with a bit of a nod to his father, just have Incredible ready to get a race into him and then see where they go from there. His last workout was very, very good. He was with a workmate that he totally overmatched, and he treated him as such, ended up galloping out well clear, looked really good at Palmettos, and feels like a horse with a lot of potential. I don't know how good he is. I think he's pretty good. And obviously we have Nearly, who has been tremendously impressive in 2 races in South Florida, a Florida bred who has come into his own at Gulfstream, huge one other than win last out, albeit against a 4-horse field. I think tactically the race sets up beautifully for Cannoneer, so I'm looking for him to win this race, and I'm anticipating him doing so. Brad's horses generally deliver in these circumstances, so I think if you're playing the pick 5, you're probably going to try and get to him, but I would use Incredibles and Nearly as backups probably at worst. And leading into that in the Swedish Chant, it was reported by Dave Grenning that Spirit Doll is likely to scratch again, and that was what sort of buoyed Sister Troyenne last out in the Ginger Brew, and it's probably going to put her in a really advantageous spot again. This is that beautifully bred filly out of Dynapasser, who, of course, herself was a half to Sadler's Joy and Wolfie's Dynaghost. So a tremendous damn side pedigree, obviously very distance-oriented. Brian Lynch said after her last race, the real money in this division is later in the year, and it almost felt like he was setting it up so that we probably wouldn't see her for a period of time. But Lynchy likes to run his horses, so here she's back in 28 days and taking another swing at it. So she's clearly the horse to beat. I do think the waters are a little deeper than they were in the Ginger Brew at the very least. Brendan Walsh's surprise ending was a really nice-looking debut winner, a little bit ignored at the windows that day, 18-1 off an 8-1 morning line. And she got a huge pace to run at, but she really delivered. She rolled home with a powerful late finish. Tyler Gaffalione takes over for David Egan, so I would imagine she'll come with a nice late run. Brat Pack was a really game winner for Graham Motion. Good damn sight pedigree there as well. Put it all together second time out. So I think tactically now, Sister Troyenne is in a really good position, likely to be forwardly placed. There's not a lot of speed now that Spirit Doll came out. I'm not even going to be shocked if Mario Gutierrez finds himself on the lead. So I think she's clearly the horse to beat. I don't want to pick chalk in every race, but boy, On Time Girl looks good in the forward gal. Just a really impressive win in the Fern Creek. Coming back from the Myrtlewood, where she was a little disappointed getting run down by a fine Chardonnay. She really put it together in the Fern Creek at Churchill. The horses that you worry about in there in terms of whether they can give On Time Girl some company early and late are Mythical and Imperatrice. And Imperatrice was a nice-looking winner at Gulfstream. Todd Fletcher horse that got better going to South Florida. No big surprise there. And Mythical is very fast. And that always is a weapon, of course, on the dirt. So we'll see if she goes straight to the lead. I would assume she will. Edgar Zayas takes over with Amicio Jaramillo moving his pack out west. I thought in terms of the long shots, Tessellate is a little interesting. She's gotten better in her last few starts. She does have again, but she felt like one that could be a price. And I'm always willing to give any of Safi's horses an extra look. So felt like maybe she was one that you could make a case for at a decent price.
Before we talk about the 8th and the 9th, the swale and that turf allowance going the mile, go back to the Holy Bull for a second. You have a tendency to make figures. What's your read on Global Aviator and that performance and how it translates?
It was a huge effort, and it's probably one where, I mean, look, quite honestly, an 85 puts him right in the mix here anyway. It's probably an effort where the speed figure almost belies the quality of the performance. I mean, this horse ran huge, walked out of the gate, made a huge move to reach contention, and went on with it. Joe Bravo over the years has got a penchant for these wide middle moves, and he kind of was good enough to hold. So the question is the 6 to 8.5. That's obviously going to be a big ask. And as good as Rohan Crichton has been over the years, numbers wise, he's not really had a lot of good horses, right? I mean, he's had a lot of claimers, some allowance types, but this is uncharted territory for him. I don't really have any reason to believe he won't know what to do with a good horse. But yeah, I think outside of the top 3, this is the horse that's likely to jump up with a big effort.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a read from you. Go to the 9th. Got this first level allowance going the mile on the grass.
Yeah, really tough race. You've got some horses coming out of a common race where they went crazy fast on the front end, and the man up front was one of the horses who did some of the heavy lifting in that race. I like this race, Steve, for a couple of reasons, one of which is that I don't want Multiverse. Multiverse is a horse that's going to take a lot of money. It's going to be based on dirt form, not a turf move-up pedigree. Practical Joke is not a particularly good turf sire. This feels like Riley Mott, who I think is very astute, but he knows this horse is not winning on one other than on dirt, and he's going to try him on turf. So I think it opens the doors for a couple of horses. I actually like a couple of prices in here. And first of all, I'm going to be very surprised if Profound is 20 to 1. Because if you pick apart Profound's first 3 races, what you're going to realize about that horse is that he had real trouble in really all 3, not necessarily traffic or trip-related issues, but in his debut, he did have traffic and he did have a tough trip. Then he came back second time out and was really well backed in an Oaks Day maiden special weight race that was ultimately won by World Beater, who obviously became a Grade 1 winner later in the year. And he went a crazy fast pace on the front end. So third time out, Jose willingly took him back. Well, he spent the majority of that race 2 to 3 wide on a day where you wanted to be on the rail. So this feels like it's probably going to end up being a pretty astute claim by Will Walden. And Will Walden is a very, very dangerous trainer. So I'm really interested in this horse from the rail. I think he's a turf horse, and there's nothing about his last that leads me to believe he's better on synthetics. So I thought he was interesting. I think the 3 Ever Dangerous is very interesting as well. And Marty Drexler's barn has really heated up of late. This is a horse with a ton of back form, a ton of back numbers that put him in the mix, whether it's Beyer speed figures, thoroughgraphs, and he's coming into the race the right way. Marty just basically decided he's a claimer at this stage of his career and he can race for the tag here. But this barn's heated up of late, positive ROI over the last 5 years with turf starters in routes at Gulfstream. This is the leg to me where I think you can put a little value into it. I'm going to use the 1, 2, and 3 because Talbingo has some speed and an inside draw and should be very dangerous coming off of those synthetic races.
I'm going to just mention Chad Stewart, who I respect tremendously, more associated with starters Ocala to Tampa, but he brings what I think is a live 8 to 1 shot in here. Last a bit longer with Manny Vasquez, runs back to that last effort, and is a player. Yeah. No, maybe.
I don't disagree.
I think I think you were just.
Yes. Sorry, I was getting into. I left my key card inside the racetrack, so I was getting in through security.
No problem.
Yes, I agree. I mean, that horse is live for sure. Chad Stewart is a guy that, as you alluded to, has done good work for a long time, mainly at Tampa, but certainly one that can have one ready here. And I mean, going through some of those stakes races, it feels like this thing could be very chalky. And I think this is the real opportunity to inject some value into it. So you want to cast a bit wider net there because, I mean, that segues into the swale where Class President and Solitude Dude do look like they don't tower over the field, but I mean, they look very, very tough all in all. I can tell you that according to Reagan Swinbank, who's quite a source, Weaver likes Epic Summer quite a bit. Didn't think that he. I know I'm wont to include things like that when I'm doing.
Well, we had
but,
it's been a big week for Reagan on the show. He's almost 5 for 5 this week with mentions because we had Jake on the other day.
Yeah. Jake's the brains behind the operation. Reagan would be the first to tell you that, but no, Reagan needs to learn, and I'm going to repeat it to him for like the 900th time, to stop engaging on social media, especially when he disagrees with what people are saying. But he can't help himself. So yeah, they apparently think Epic Summer's going to run a lot better. I don't really know what to make of him. He won what looked like a really good maiden race at Aqueduct, obviously beating Schoolyard Superman, who looks like a good horse. And then he was under the gun in the Mucho Macho Man from the start, and he had missed a race in the interim, so he probably needed to get back to some level of fitness, and he's come back with a couple of good workouts since. But yeah, Brian made Solitude Dude a really heavy favorite here, and I understand people are going to bet into the 2 big numbers and IRAD choosing Solitude Dude, but I got to tell you, Steve, I mean, Class President, I thought he looked really good on debut, and I'm a little surprised Todd is backing him up in distance. But these are the kind of horses that you lose money betting against at Gulfstream. These Todd Pletcher horses that look good on debut, they usually keep delivering. So I'm gonna try and play some verticals or some horizontals, and single Class President in there, because I think he might end up being really good.
All right, that starts the pick 5, the late pick 5, and. A very, really a fun sequence. Kitten's Joy, real quick.
Yeah, I'm sort of married to Naughty Nix. This is a horse that I've liked for a while. I do think he was a little compromised by not a slow pace, but an isolated leader last out, and he ran really well to be second. He's a horse that's continued to get better for Jeff Engler, who's a good trainer with just, not a big barn. And this is a tough spot, undoubtedly, but I'm going to use him in Alpeland and Turf Star, and I think I'll get through it. I think Turf Star is very dangerous coming back. First time as a 3-year-old. He actually ran fine in the Breeders' Cup. He ran sort of an even race all around there, and no shame in that. But I think things are going to be a little tougher for Thousand Sticks on the front end. I'm hoping Redland Rebels shows a little bit more speed, and I think that'll be a potentially a nice setup for Naughty Nix. We'll cover the Kitten's Joy as well on the Twin Spires live stream coming up at 11 Eastern.
Very nice. And let me get, I had Dave Grenning early, and I'll have in hour 3, Barry Spears will join us, and we'll get his Tampa look. But what do you make of those 2 Tampa stakes?
Yeah, a couple of really good races. I had forgotten until yesterday that they don't run these races on the Sam Davis undercard anymore. But both the Tampa Bay and the Endeavor are really nice races. And, I do wonder in the Tampa Bay if they're finally getting Quattrocento to a spot where he can be particularly dangerous on the front end. He's gotten into some super fast-paced races of late, and, no shame in not getting the measure of Wolfie's Dynagost. So it feels like they're going to have to play his game this time around, and his best races are just a lot better than these horses. I'm gonna obviously include Tom's Magic, who has blossomed into a really nice horse, but he's gonna have to elevate his game if Quattrocento shows up with his best, and obviously Win for the Money is a major contender as well. No argument from me there. As far as the Endeavor goes, I think it's very wide open. I'm interested in seeing how good Al Jafara is. Coming off LASIX now, first time in North America, a winner. I would imagine she'll pack a punch. I do think Love You Anyway is interesting as well. I like her last race in the Pebbles. So include.
When Rusty Arnold is a price, you include.
You play.
Exactly. Nick Tamaro, everybody. And I know you did Santa Anita for your other, for Twin Spires. Was there something particularly that jumped out at you?
Not really. I mean, I like Will Venn in the megahertz. I think she's
Okay.
going to get a good setup courtesy of her stablemate. And I don't really need public assembly at a mile. So yeah, that was kind of my thought.
All right. Nick, good luck this weekend and big weekend next week again. I think now the train is pulled out of the station and all we got to do is clear out this cold weather.
Sounds great, Steve. Good luck.
Nick Tamro, everybody, NTAM 1215, 11 o'clock stream, and you can always watch it later as well, thanks to Nick. We do have one lineup change. Marcus actually is in the middle of writing something up, so we're going to push Marcus to after the bottom of the hour break. Callie still is where Callie belongs, and which is unusual, actually, because she can turn up anywhere. And then James Scully before the break. Callie, Francois, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Steve? Morning.
I'm good. How rough is it down there?
How what? How warm is it out there? It's not warm.
How rough? How rough is it?
Pretty rough. It's pretty rough. If there is any semblance of a stronger wind, it's really going to be miserable for those guys out there. So yeah, I mean, this is a very unusual sight of me seeing banks of snow in the parking lot that are over 10 feet. This is something I'm used to seeing in Wisconsin, but not Maryland. So interesting change of scenery here. I didn't mean to bring any Wisconsin snow with me. I mean, it was delayed. I only was in Wisconsin a couple weeks ago. So you can't blame me. I'm not to blame.
You guys are trying to run today. Is today sort of a gauge to see if things will be okay for tomorrow?
I would say so. So that's honestly yes, and I'm not gonna elaborate too much on that. But yeah, I think the general assessment, see how today goes, and then kind of play it a little bit by ear for tomorrow and Sunday, because Sunday the wind is really going to be ramping up and it's going to get nasty. Not that it's already not nasty out right now, but it's gonna be really, really rough for Sunday supposedly.
Well, here's at Thurgood Marshall right now, 15 degrees, and today a high of 20. It's going to start out cold tomorrow, single digits, but then 21 during the afternoon. It's going to get into the 30s.
Yeah, and I mean, remember too, Steve, you've got the wind chill factor. So last time I checked on my phone, it was kind of like, oh, it's going to be, in the 20s, but it feels like 15. And then add to the fact that these riders are going 40 miles an hour on these race horses. That's like double. That's like quadruple wind chill right there. So there's a lot going on.
Well, we'll see. We'll watch for any announcements potentially later on in the day. But in the meantime, the card tomorrow, for those that didn't get to the Laurel action, you have the extra heat and the spectacular bid. The Phillies, the 3-year-old Phillies going 6 in the extra heat. The boys going 7 in the spectacular bid. But ahead of that, there's a good second level allowance that starts the late pick 5. There's a maiden special group that's going the flat mile in the 7th. And everything ends up with a non-winners of 2 as the anchor leg. How about that? Let's do the maiden and the 2 stakes, Callie.
Yeah, definitely. Because you remember, guys, that late value pick 5 is at that low 12%. So our carryovers over the past couple of weeks, they have been climbing. So especially, if we do run tomorrow, that pool is going to be pretty competitive. So I like that we kind of start off there race, but that starts in race number 6. In that allowance optional. That is what you wanted to start with, right?
You can, go. I got it. I got the 6 there.
So yeah, just throwing some numbers at you for the 6. Next girl, I go with Robbie Bales, J-Ron Barbosa. I like the fact that there's cutting back to the 7 furlong distance, because that's where it gets interesting here, is the 7 furlongs to open up that first leg of that late value pick 5. Remember, low 12% takeout. But I go 4, 6, 12, 5 in here. So a couple prices against which I do think Dex Girl will be going at the favorite, but I think underrated horses are the number 6 and the number 12. I'm a Cutie Pie, Tap Dancing Cowgirl. when it comes to Carlos Lopez, he's got this horse under lock and key. So I think this one's going to be coming in sharp, and Tap Dancing Cowgirl on the outside, stretching it out from Parks. I'm always hesitant when a horse runs on a muddy surface and then they run on a fast track right after that. So that is my only concern, which justifies the 8-1 a little bit. But I also wouldn't necessarily be surprised. I like the outside post for that one. So that's where I go. And race number 6 to kick off that low 12% takeout for our late value pick 5.
And Next Girl feels like the filly to beat
Yeah,
for Robbie
100%.
Bales. But you didn't mention Jerry Robb, and it's a monster mash, the 8 with the X-Man. I thought 9-2, it's a monster mash. I thought had a piece of this.
I can get a piece of it for sure. Deserves respect. I just go in a different direction because I do worry about the stretch out to the 7. I think that maybe I think it's a touch of a struggle. And when you're talking about the whole of the field, there are a lot of these horses that are strong horses in this field that are cutting back from the mile distance.
That's fair. She's only gone 7 once. She's more of a 3/4 type filly. All right, the maiden special group. This is an interesting set, and it just feels at a glance like you want one of the lightly raced or even the unraced contender. Anthony Ferrier has got Dr. Buzzy. Trombetta has got Virginia Gentry making a second start. Look outside as well. Michelle Nihe shows up with Grand Hall, second-time starter. Madison Myers with Twin Lakes as well. What are you doing in here?
That's actually where I go. I go 7-1-4-8-2. I do think, Michelle, you got to respect what Michelle does bring here to Maryland for the most part. I just think this one is not going to be one that needs this mile distance, may just need a race for it. And that's where I kind of struggle. That's where I say, hey, who's best fit for this mile distance out of this lightly raced group? And that's exactly why I land on Twin Lakes, just because I really love that performance. I like the field that one came out of here. So I feel that one is going to jump up in the right way on the day.
The first of the 2 stakes, we go to the extra heat, and 3/4, 3-year-old fillies, field of 7.
1-3-6-2 for the ladies. Unfaithful Rose, Tap into Grace. It's a bit of a wide open field here, Steve. This is going to be a fun race that's kind of set up here, because you've got obviously a lot of horses that are going to be going for the same spot in that front, for that pace set scenario. So you take a look at the Brittany horse. Again, we're coming off of a layoff. We know how well Brittany does with that, especially, we're talking about that Penn National to Laurel. I just kind of want to see it a little bit here. So that's in my sense of justification for the 1 and for the ladies, is that this one has experience being on the front end, has the gate speed, but not only that, has the gate speed and is very comfortable and already very familiar with that inside post. Because again, there's going to be a lot going for the same spot. I do have the number 1 as kind of an all or I do 100%. That's an all or nothing kind of bet. So that's how I approach that. And when I come to the 3, that's where I say, hey, there's, especially from that fairgrounds effort, that field is not too bad. And I like the gutsiness that I saw out of that. So when it comes to, I go with an all or nothing on top, and then I go with the Ethan West horse, just because the grit, I think, might withstand everything else that's going on in that race. The first half is going to be it's going to dictate the whole race.
It's interesting. The West shows up with Unfaithful Rose here, the 3. Ethan and his brother.
I think it's a good move.
They can run anywhere, and he picks this spot. Catman comes to town as well from Kentucky with Brescia, the 5, and she's fast. Broke the maiden under Gabe Saez, who comes with. I wonder when the last time Gabe Saez rode at Laurel.
There was a time. It was probably about 5 years ago, but there was a time where he's familiar with this racetrack.
I'm looking at the sheets, and I will tell you that this field is basically separated, other than Brescia, who ran on the synthetic. On Thoroughgraph, this field is separated by 1 point, which is a length.
Yeah.
This is quite something because for the ladies ran a 9.5 in that maiden win. Wonton for Jeff Runco ran a 10 when she came to town for that allowance. Unfaithful Rose, 10 1/4 for Ethan. Sweet Shenanigans for Capuano, 2 back, 10 3/4. A pair of 9.5s for Tappin to Grace for Brittany, and a pair of 9 1/4 for Maker with Victory Music. So there's 7 in here, and any of them can win this. Period.
100%. Yep. This is a very, very competitive field. This is where luckily there are only 7 horses in it. So depending on what your bankroll and what your budget is, this is wide open race, totally wide open, which is why I'm like, hey, who's the most gutsiest and grittiest? Who can deal with not having the perfect trip? And that's where I say, hey, that's where Unfaithful Rose might, show she's got the battle in her. Yeah.
We turn to the spectacular bid as the 3-year-old boys start to make their way toward the Tessio and Preakness down the road. This is a little bit, there's at least 2 horses, Hollywood Import for Capuano and John Saltzman with Close the Gate. They seem to be, the 2 distinct horses that have a slight edge on the field, but there's not much separating this group either after that.
No, and so it was hard for me. I'm still, kind of wishy-washy on Close the Gate just because it's first time against winners, coming to a fast track for the first time in his career. So I do, and this is going to be no surprise, Gary Kapp hasn't named a jockey for Awesome Andy, but that Awesome Andy has done it the hard way. And that's what I really appreciate. I was really impressed by that performance back in January. So I think that this horse is going in the right direction at the right time to say, hey, this horse is going to be following that informed pattern. And then, of course, Hollywood Import, the horses, by all accounts, Dan talked to Gary earlier this week and said the horse is training, phenomenal, ready to go from that heft that we saw back in that 2-year-old year. Where do I go here? I go 1, 3, 6, 2, Star Sweeper and Wild Warrior underneath. Again, just because Gary Kapp's just coming in hot with all of these horses he's taking, he hasn't slowed down since we talked last. Let's put it that way. And Louis Linders at Parks, it just is intriguing. I know that Muddy Effort in the James F. Lewis is going to put off a lot of people, but I like the fact that this horse was given some time after that Lewis and then kind of came back. I'm not going to say a totally different horse, but a horse enough to intrigue me for a positive, because I think this horse might go higher at 6-1. And if that's the case, definitely worth putting underneath. Ben
Colebrook comes to town too with Trendsetter, and Luan Machado makes the trip. This is a horse getting back on dirt after a couple of turf efforts and a synthetic try. And he's all right, Trendsetter. Another step forward. Horses, he takes another step forward, returning to dirt, and is competitive 5-1.
And Ben Colbert, he gets lucky in Laurel too, for the most part. So I remember when he was on a real tear, probably about, I want to say 3-4 years ago, maybe. But with the fact that the Turfway performance really kind of has sold me a little bit more on him. So, but how do the figs? What are the figs telling you? Other than, is that kind of what you opened up with? With Close the Gate and okay, yes. All right, and Hollywood Import, fair enough.
I will say that Awesome Andy seems.
Did we lose me? You there, Steve?
Operations with Feedback on Sirius XM Radio.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action of thrill horse racing with Naira Bets. $200 deposit match with promo Steve200. Visit NairaBets.com for details.
Horses power Virginia's economy. creating over 38,000 good, fulfilling jobs every year. Think about the farmers, the farriers, the feeders, the athletes, trainers, drivers, and jockeys, caretakers and landscapers, investors and interns, veterinarians, restaurant owners, restaurant workers, tour guides, trail guides, equine therapists, and so many more. Now that's horsepower. Virginia's economy wins with horses.
The Pennsylvania breeding program is the best program in the country. The stallion awards, the owner bonuses, also the restricted races and the stakes races for Pennsylvania breeders. Last year, 321 Pennsylvania breeders earned breeders awards. 22 Pennsylvania breeders earned over $100,000. We have the best program in the country. Take advantage of the fantastic program that we have. Learn more at pabred.com.
Nothing compares to a horse. They inspire greatness, command respect. Because Virginia's horse industry isn't just racing and farming. It's built on the skills, labors, and passions of dedicated people working in every industry throughout our state. Horses fuel the economy, create jobs, support thousands of families, and even make dreams come true. Virginia's economy wins with horses. Find out more at virginiahorseracing.com.
Sirius XM Sports presents At the Races with Steve Bick. Horse racing, handicapping, interviews. This is At the Races with Steve Bick.
Well, as dropped connections go, that was not bad timing because we were pretty much wrapped up with Cali, and the last leg of that pick 5 is a bit of a messy non-winners a 2 claimer, and I think you. Yeah, it might be a little bit of a pick and pray. James Scully standing by, and second half here, Scully, and then we'll check in with Marcus. We'll certainly do some follow-up with Marcus to the Hawthorne story and Marcus's piece in DRF and our visit yesterday with Chris Block. Everybody's just going to have to, take a wait and see here, and there's been a lot of empty promises from Hawthorne management, but I think they also know that this is the last roundup. So see what they can do here in the next couple of weeks. Marcus also with some handicapping opinions. We'll check in with Barry Spires. We'll do Tampa with him. Hammer, of course. A Rich Eng visit, and we'll catch up with Mike Welsh. Mike had to run off track this morning at about 11, and so we'll probably just get him for about the last 15 minutes, and we'll get a few of his thoughts and some looks through the binoculars. James Scully, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm good. We're trying to make it through this cold snap, and this is as I said yesterday. I think I've lived here 25 years, and I lived in Canada for 10 years. This is the real thing, I'll tell you.
Yeah, we've got a Arctic front as well here in central Kentucky coming through from Canada, the Midwest. So we're getting hit with extreme cold as well this weekend, but hopefully it'll start thawing out and get back to racing as normal next weekend at a bunch of these tracks that are closed right now.
Well, and there is the goofy side benefit to this, which is when there's all these cancellations, the entry box fills up, and you'll end up with a glut of really big full fields, and there should be some terrific. I mean, the Turfway, you don't have to worry about Turfway. It's 12 by 12 by 12 every night. But Oaklawn, we had the conversation with Nancy yesterday. They're they're going to be stacked up, and those.
And what is she
cards
saying? It's supposed to get nicer. I mean, I think I heard like in the 50s early next week potentially, and sunny, which would enable them to start working on the track. So
they should be able to turn it over fairly soon. And the thing about this, I mean, the mistraining portion, that's a conversation point as well. So we'll see how it affects everybody, and undoubtedly the horses that are training in southern climes from Florida to New Orleans, out west. They're going to have a distinct advantage.
We saw this back, I guess it was 2021 with Oaklawn, where they were closed for that ice storm, had to move the Southwest back with the Central Quality running that year. And those horses at Fairgrounds trained every single day, and horses that were stuck in the barns at Oaklawn were just, walking around the barns because they couldn't go out to the track.
By the way, speaking of Oaklawn, and because it came up yesterday, one of the reasons I wanted Nancy, we'll cover the Twin Spires tournaments first before we do anything else on the offers. And like, for instance, today at Tampa, there's a $100 Tampa Bay Downs feeder to next week's showdown, to the Saturday, which is a $3,500 buy-in. So, here's a low-cost opportunity to feed in to next Saturday at Oaklawn.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're definitely going to shift the focus on the tournament front to Tampa and Fairgrounds primarily this weekend. We will have some promotions going on for Gulfstream and Santa Anita as well. But yeah, got a feeder, and we just have a $70, $100 feeder to the Oaklawn Southwest Showdown today, and then a $70 just Tampa Bay Downs challenge. And, sort of the same thing at Fairgrounds with the feeder to the Tampa Bay Downs Kentucky Derby Breeders Betting Challenge qualifier. So got multiple events going on every day this weekend underneath the tournaments tab, and we'll get some more tracks going next week, hopefully. And then make sure you check out our offers page. We're going to do the $10,000 Road to the Kentucky Derby win ladder at Gulfstream Park this weekend. We'll have different tiers. So, if you opt in and place a $10 win wager, single horse win wager, and cash those tickets, you're going to have a chance to be qualifying for bonuses of 10 up to, we've had people win more than $5,000 so far in these win ladders. It's one of our most popular promotions. And then on Saturday at Santa Anita, we're going to have a 15% profit boost on all win, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagers.
James, go back to last week, because you going into the Pegasus card, you mentioned some of the winners that were taking down the big numbers. What did the ladder winners get last week when the first of the $10,000 opportunities?
That is a good question. I did not get those details. I'd heard about the Fairgrounds the 5,000 week before. Yeah, but I did not see the payouts. I mean, gosh, it was an awfully challenging day on Saturday.
Well, that's my point. It was great.
$84,000, 50-cent late pick 5. But I never saw the payouts. That'd be a question for like Darren Socali or Jeremy Jones or somebody. But
all right, I'll reach out to Darren. I think everybody would really benefit from Darren from a visit to talk about that hair care. That hair. There's it's unbelievable. It's like what's his name in dodgeball.
I met him the first time in person at the Breeders' Cup at Keeneland, and he had a white suit on. And when I saw him and his hair, I was just like, wow.
I'm very curious. I want to hear I want all the specifics. $10,000 win ladder and Santa Anita profit boost, and you know what? Combine the two and play the coast to coast, which looks pretty irresistible.
Yeah, so we'll have some promos for hopefully when Oaklawn gets back going next week, we'll definitely be excited to get some more tracks up there. But like I said, we've got either tournaments or promotions going on for the 4 main venues this weekend: Gulfstream, Tampa, Fairgrounds, and Santa Anita.
All right, let's.
And also, I'll just say last week, I thought it was an incredible training job by Sappy Joseph to get White Abario ready for that effort.
Yeah.
You know, when they scratched him from the prep race, I guess the Mr. Prospector, you know, they didn't say, hey, he wasn't right, you know, at the time. They were like, oh, he doesn't need it. He got a bad post, et cetera, et cetera. But he referenced it after the race. He was like, you know, he just wasn't right. We had to scratch him from that prep. And I think if he had run in that prep, he probably wins that race. I mean, he's the best example of a horse or course in training right now. He loves Gulfstream so much, and I think a lack of fitness cost him in that last eighth of a mile. You know, it's kind of not going to be remembered as the strongest addition potentially because of Skippy not factoring in his first 3 attempts. But you got to give them credit, you know, for getting them. And as far as the other 2 Pegasus World Cup races, I thought they really flattered the 3-year-old turf divisions last year. You know, I know Fionn didn't run well in the Comat, but I'm looking at his dad as, you know, maybe just the distance is too far or the pace, or it was just an anomaly, because I think she can still show a lot more. Destino d'Oro, if you look at all the horses, East Coast, Midwest, and in California, I don't think at any point last year she was among the top 4 or 5 3-year-old turf fillies in training. And I think all these fillies, like you know, Lush Lips and Laura Lynn and you know, and others are going to make an impact. And it's a really strong division of filly and mare turf horses in the U.S. potentially, with obviously She Feels Pretty, the top horse coming into the year. And then in the male division, yeah, same thing with Tescore. Big effort. I think he's been his own worst enemy at times. He broke out in the post parade of the Hollywood Derby. He was all, you know, got a troubled trip after being all rank and washed out. And, you know, and he didn't have the best of trips in his other defeats. So, you know, maybe he can show more maturity and he'll keep moving forward as a 4-year-old. I'm excited to see World Beater and a couple other 3-year-old turf males come back this year as well. So I thought it was a big effort for those 2, Tescore and Destino d'Oro.
Agreed. We talked to Graham on Monday, and that was a missed opportunity in terms of getting him at you know, at that price.
7.5 to 1. Yeah, he paid $15 to win.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Or I'm sorry, he paid $17. Yeah, $17 to win.
Yeah.
I got some picks at Gulfstream and some thoughts on the stakes at Tampa. If you want me to get to it.
Get going. Here we go.
All right, I'll start at Gulfstream, and I'll just probably go over like I'll start in race 7. In that race there, I know that what am I going to say here? Oh, I do think that this Durand is dangerous for Chad Brown, but I like his other runner better, and that's White Palomino. And I did think that, you know, here's a horse that showed all this potential way back in 2024. He just wasn't right last year for Brown. And he also came back and I thought ran in really 2 tough races. But I think, you know, obviously he runs once in August and then he doesn't come back till January. So, you know, he just completely lacks focus. I think that race he comes out of, I really like this Mary's Lad later on the card for Whit Beckman, and I think that was a really strong race. So I'm going to play White Palomino in race 7, and in multi-race bets I've got it 9-5, because I'm also going to use this Discreet Dancer, who I thought ran pretty well in that allowance last time to be 3rd. And could be moving the right way for Antonio Santos. So race 7, I got it White Palomino, Discreet Dancer.
9-5 in the 7th, starting it out at Gulfstream.
And And that's a race where Grand Motion's horse, let me just say, these two races in France, that horse that beat him last time wasn't very good. Those were not good fields. I definitely think he's vulnerable in there.
Graham was with us, as I said, on Monday, and unprompted, without me asking, Graham brought up without the horse we're talking about here, and Graham.
He's a horse too. I would have liked to seen. I mean, have a couple more races over there. Another one where they just couldn't get him. They ran him twice last year, and then they wrapped up on him the rest of the year. I mean, to me, he's just vulnerable at short odds, but he's a real wild card in there because you don't know how good he actually could be.
I think he could be pretty good.
In race number 8, the Swale Stakes. I know that Solitude Dude is the horse to beat, but I'm going to give the edge in there to Class President. I liked his maiden win. I thought that was a pretty good field. That Bob Dylan had run really well, I thought, in his previous start at Churchill Downs on that Stars of Tomorrow program. I think it was to Mob. And, I thought that was, for a 5-horse field, I thought it was a decent group. And I like the way he ran, and I like the way he's come back with the bullet work. So it's interesting, obviously IRAB was on him in that debut and he opts for Solitude Dude, but I'm going to go with Class President.
Yeah, so did Nick. Nick thought he was the horse to beat.
And then race number 9, like I said, number 4, Mary's Lad. Here's a horse that, I just don't think Wick could get him, right. He runs him in May, and then he runs him in late August, and then he runs him at Keeneland. He breaks through with the maiden win, and then he needs another, 2.5 months off. So I think it's really encouraging to see him run that race last time. I think that winner just, he sort of got caught up in traffic on the far turn, Mary's Lad, and the winner got to jump on him. But Beckman has blinkers. He's got a bullet work. He's running back on 4 weeks rest. So at 4-1, I'm going on. Mary's Lad's going to be for me.
All right, the 4, 4-1.
Just, she did get exposed in a way, and then it looked really good against Florida Bred to 7 furlongs in the mile of 16. But I'm going to go with Sneaky Good. There's going to be some pace in here with Mythical, and I think On Time Girl will be prominent from the start. And I just like the way Sneaky Good is running both of her starts. Her first time out, I thought that was a better race than it looks like on paper. This runner up, Betsy Pearl, I thought stuck ahead in front of her, nearing the complete. She was under heavy pressure all the way through the term. Sneaky Good was, and to say she had another gear left in the stretch would be an understatement. And she didn't break foot poorly in that Sandpiper. The jockey just let the speed go and sat close, and she gobbled them up and really won smartly. I like these talented, promising young horses that show really nice versatility right away. And we've seen it from Sneaky Good, where she's been in a dogfight and proved best on the lead, and has utilized stalker tactics and been impressive as well. So I like her chances in the forward gal.
Nice, 8-1 with Gaffleon for Cox, the 5. Sneaky Good.
Yeah, and obviously Sister Troyan, the horse to beat in that Swedish champ. But I will say, I do think Aggressive Lime, has lots of upside. Her maiden win was super, and Authentic doesn't throw a high percentage first out winners, and then really had a trouble trip in the Grade 2 Jessamine, and last time out at Churchill in that October allowance, that was a solid field. I thought she beat Dream Laura. Brendan brought her back at Turfway, and she just crushed an allowance field. Looks like she's headed to Stakes Company to me. That Dream Laura, that is a Munnings filly. And I like Aggressive Lime. I'm going to give her the edge in the Swedish Chant over Sister Troyan.
9-2 with Irad.
And then Cannoneer. I mean, I do think that the Holy Bull got a strong field. I mean, these South Florida Derby preps the last few years have had the strongest horses, and for the most part. And this is a good field because Incredible to me is like a real wild card. He actually on the Brisnet speed rating scale got the same number that Sovereignty did. And he's coming back, in his stake race as a 3-year-old off of that street sense, the same pattern. But to me, Cannoneer, I just loved his maiden win, Steve. I'm sure somebody has probably talked about on the show. If you could get a chance to watch that gallop out, just the way, he finished, he leads wire paper, but he actually got a sort of a good trip because there was a loose horse that got out there and sort of, faded on going into the turn, and then he took over. But I think the other thing about the Holy Bull is that with Butane coming out, there's just not any confirmed speed in here, which is going to ensure a Rad Ortiz and Cannoneer a really good trip on the front end. So I'm going to give him, I like his chances. I bet him last week in pool 3 or 2 weeks ago in pool 3 of the Kentucky Derby Future Wager. And I'm going to give him the edge in there over Nearly and Incredible.
Cannoneer is going to be the 5 here. Irad, Brad. A big thing for Brad.
At Tampa Bay Downs, in the race 7 is a grade 3 Tampa Bay. And Win for the Money and Quattro Cento, if they're on their best game, they're logical win contenders. But I'm going to go with Tom's Magic. I just think that this horse, this Colt, is just coming into his own. Needed some time off after, got a freshening off of the 2 races in Canada, and then came back with a big effort in the Hollywood Derby. So I'm going to go with this Justified Colt. Justified, he had a good job, really ran a good race. And even though Life at Times, couldn't beat Knightsbridge, I don't think it's going to hurt him at all. I think he could still be a really nice horse for Pletcher. I just think, you look at Mott last weekend, and he's got that grand job in Knightsbridge, and both those horses are staring at grade 1s on the Derby weekend and look like major contenders to me.
Agreed.
And then in the Endeavor, speaking of Bill Mott, he's a 2-time winner of the Endeavor. I went on and on earlier about these 3-year-old turf fillies from last year. Candy Quest is a contender in my eyes, and she's my second pick because I think Scythian has more upside and will obviously be a much better price. And this is a filly who, after 2, I thought, phenomenal races, in New York, in her maiden and the Miss Grillo, especially Miss Grillo, nothing went right for her in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, where she checked at the start. And then last year, Mott couldn't get her back till late August. He didn't get her back on the turf until October 9th. And that's one of the most troubled trips you'll see from any horse. Scythian got flat out stopped by Collaboration, went for a spot that wasn't there between the gap and the fence, the stretch, and just got totally stopped. And then in that Jockey Club Oaks, she was a little bit, under a hard hole early. She was a little rank early with Scano, but I thought she made a nice move to challenge at the top of the stretch, Steve. And while she came up a little bit late at the 1 3/8 distance, this 1 16 is a better fit for her. She's 2 for 3 at it. She loves this 1 16 distance. And with that race under those races last fall, I think she's going to show more at 4. So I'm going to take a shot with Scythian in the Endeavor.
15-1, the 3.
Yep.
And you get local Daniel Centeno aboard. All right. Excellent, James. Last second Friday push?
Last second Friday push. Number 1, Evanora, race 6 at Gulfstream today. 12-1 on the morning line.
Ooh, love it. 12-1 in the 6th, the 1, Evanora. All right, go get him. Big weekend ahead. They're all going to be pretty big moving forward. James Scully, everybody, and everything at Twin Spires to keep you busy. The jury and Nick doing that live stream shortly. and much more. Thanks, James.
Thanks, Steve. Best of luck to you.
Marcus Hirsch is standing by, and I exchanged some notes with Marcus ahead of yesterday's conversation with Chris Block. And those of you that heard Marcus a week ago, he foreshadowed the situation at Hawthorne, that things were getting dire. And if you haven't seen Marcus's piece, it pretty much covers all the bases, and also even uncovers potentially some real problems. Marcus, good morning.
Morning. I don't know how many real problems I uncovered. I mean, they're pretty much sitting right out there in the form of a half torn down grandstand.
That hasn't, and a demolition company that wasn't paid for the work.
Gee whiz.
Well, that revelation, all those revelations, the $1 million plus judgment for Churchill.
The John Walsh, the assistant GM, denied that. He said that first he said the amount was wrong, and then he said none of it's right. So I don't know what that means. I'm tasked to do a lot of handicapping and story writing rather than going through Cook County court records. So I think in the broader sense regarding the Hawthorne situation, the very specific details are really kind of immaterial at this point. They'll be material if they declare bankruptcy or whatever. I don't know. I assume that's where this is headed. It could be, because how else are people going to get paid something?
Right. Well, the first potential signpost here is if they actually can bring on a partner, and they've walked away from, I know.
I'm sorry to laugh, but
I know. It's well, and I did bring that out as part of the background. The Careys walked away from the deal with the Bidwells, going back to Sportsman's. That ended up in a bunch of lawsuits, and they vowed at that time to never take on another partner. And it seems that it's colored their decision making. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have solid information. I mean, I believe the things I've been told. I've been told that this and that about people, potential partnerships that didn't come to fruition for whatever reasons. I mean, I don't know how much truth there is in that. I don't know. I'm not a gambling market expert. I don't, just a ton of gambling where here. Mom and pop stores have slots or fake slots, blah, blah, blah. I mean, true, the property is right next to an interstate, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't, it's hard for me to see somebody coming in at this point, and doing all the work that would take for, I mean, I don't know. I maybe somebody will. We'll see. David McCaffrey, the executive director of the Illinois Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association, and a former longtime harness trainer too, was quoted as saying, "There's a good chance we've seen our last horse race in Chicago." And I tend to agree with that. Weird to think about, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Just real quick, I mean, I know you've probably talked about this so much, and your listeners know all they can know. But I've been thinking, because I've been covering this circuit for 20 some years, 23, I don't know. But, most of the time when I covered the tracks and the industry and IRB meetings and Dates Awards, it was nothing but fighting all the time. Everyone was always fighting with each other. The 3 tracks were fighting with each other. 4 tracks, because if you cut the harness, because those people were always getting in fights with other people too. And then periodically, the tracks would get together to try to screw the horsemen. It just was year after year of people not unable or unwilling to see the big picture. And there was just a steady erosion, and all this came during a time, and maybe it came because of scarce resources, that tends to make things more chaotic and violent. And the pie was getting smaller and smaller, but there was never anybody that had the wherewithal or the vision to at least temper the individual parties' needs to the extent that you could formulate some strategy for having a viable sport/business in this region. And we're seeing the fruition of all that with the, I mean, like, what are we hanging on to here? They've got 400 stall apps at the fields at the last Hawthorne meet. I mean, it really is just become like, keep these people in business, I don't see, like, it doesn't have the resonance of the sport that makes the sport worth participating in. It's just, I hate to say it, but it's almost like a welfare program at this point. And I'm all for public aid, don't get me wrong, but a lot of people in horse racing are very focused on private enterprise, and it's not viable right now.
Well, and I said that to Chris. I mean, that even if there is a way to go forward, it's going to be, it's going to be from a very dry start. You're going to have to claw your way back. What
and
might
how?
End up, well, that's it. I mean, that's exactly it. And part of it is, we should, Marcus, you and I have talked about this. And I actually had this conversation off air with some people that participate in the area historically. Indiana, Horseshoe Indianapolis is the incantation right now of Arlington. I mean, you've got
it became Arlington East.
Very much.
Except it's in Shelbyville, Indiana, rather
correct.
than Chicago metro area.
Exactly.
Which, people say, like, what does it matter? People don't go to the track anyway. I disagree with that. I think that having a foothold in communities, even if most of your business is done digitally, is still an important part if you want to maintain this thing. But that's the ship has sailed. It's over.
Yeah. All right, we will continue to watch and report. Marcus, the 3-year-old scene starts to heat up. We talked to Dave Brenning earlier.
Not with the superstar.
Not with the superstar. With the
there's so much chaos in this. To me, in this in the 3-year-old division, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the next couple months.
Well,
I think there's going to be a lot of emerging horses. Should be fun.
Agreed. Actually, there's we're also at that juncture where we're going to start making transition from 7/8 and 1-turn miles. We're going to start seeing horses stretching out, and when they go from a mile, even a mile and a 16th to a mile and an 1/8, there's a dividing point.
Stars Mountain, and then in the fillies division in Fairgrounds, you get to stretch out from a mile 70 yards, the classic distance, to a mile and a 16th, because people love to see 70 yards. Everyone knows how fast horses run 70 yards and 40 yards too.
The mile and 40.
Does Tampa still do mile and 40s?
Yeah, sure.
Well, wasn't how fast can a horse cover 40 yards?
What was the first? Wasn't
what I'm saying though? Come on.
I do. I know. It is funny that it continues. Well, you remember the first Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile was run, I think, at a mile and 40.
Yeah.
Right.
I did find out. I don't know if you've discussed this about Fairgrounds' turf course. Speaking of distances and times, they installed GMAX, and now they have an exact eye for every rail position. So I think I talked about this on your show at one point, how the times were so much faster on turf than ever before. I just wanted to put that out there. All times are no matter where the rail is, it's an exact distance to know more about distances, and they're being timed with the new eyes that are set up, which I think is great.
100%.
And I mean, I just don't like mile and 7-yard races. But yes, Risen Star is a mile and an eighth, and go from there. I do that. I will say that Fairgrounds has. I think they did a smart thing by changing these distances, because they have the earliest one other than the Remsen. And then you go to mile and 3/16 in March, and people responded favorably to that. If you want to get your horse stretched out, and guess the Risen Star is going to be a really interesting race. I think we shall see.
Well, and we will be there together, which it's always one of my favorite trips. Yeah. Some opinions for the weekend. What I
heard Dave Scully mention Sydney, and I like that horse in her last race. She's so rank and had a terrible trip. I considered her for the Endeavor, but I'm too concerned about her attitude. But Mott's having a great couple of months, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
What about Knightsbridge? I mean, that horse looked like a star as a late 2-year-old. I think he's just going to be an awesome miler. I mean, he already is.
Yeah, I mean, you're running mid 100 buyers. No, he's.
Well, I like the horse in the ladies, but I guess we're not going to.
No ladies for the second time.
For the second time.
Yeah.
Ladies just keeps getting pushed down the road. The Tampa races were kind of interesting. I touted Tom's Magic in the Tampa Bay. I haven't seen the odds on these races yet.
3-1.
I'm looking at it right now. 3-1. Third choice. That's kind of what I thought. I don't know. How much action is Quattro Cento going to take? That's the question. I started to think after I'd already done this that maybe that horse wouldn't take much money at all.
Well, I was disappointed when I saw 5-2. I liked him at Gulfstream last time and was disappointed. But there is some explanation. So maybe
what's the explanation? He's making his 10th start in 3 months.
Well, I suppose that would be a contributing factor, but no, the front end here, you would think.
Okay.
Look,
I just I think that I question the buyer speed figure. I don't know what the other numbers look like for the Hollywood Derby. I think it was a faster race than the buyer, a better race. As Tuscor came back and got a 97. He was the best horse in the Hollywood Derby. But I also think that Tom's Magic, this horse came on my radar real early. He was very immature as a 3-year-old time last year. He's supposed to be, I haven't seen him recently, but I'm sure he's grown into his frame. Well, he should have won the King's Plate. He was the best horse in that race. He was tripped to defeat. And then he won over 1.5 miles in restricted competition. Maybe 1.125 miles is fine. I don't think that he's 1.25 miles horse in open company. I like him cutting back to 1.16 miles, and I think he's going to run the best race of his life.
We had Corey Johnson on the other day, and they're excited for what's in the offing for him this year.
Yeah, I think he's pretty nice. There's a lot to that horse. If things go well, he could be a solid graded stakes horse all year, I think. And then what other race did I do? Oh, Gulfstream, the 3-year-old turf race,
which is good. They're both the girls and the boys race.
Yes, I should have done the girls race too, because I liked a horse there, but I did the ladies instead. That was stupid. The Kitten's Joy, I like Redland Rebels quite a bit. 8-1 on the line, I see. Have you looked at this race?
Uh-huh.
Did you watch that horse's maiden race?
I do not recall that race. I do not.
Well, I mean, he ran again.
No.
Yeah, he ran again. There was nothing in the race, but I just was interested in him. I don't know. So if a horse, jumps off the page at me as like potential value, then I started doing a deep dive into the race. So that's what, for some reason, this horse did, and so I looked closely at this race. And as soon as as soon as the replay started, I'm like, this is like an August 2-year-old. That horse was like, he looked like a 4-year-old. He traveled like, I mean, he was in the bridle, and a lot of horses would have been pulling on the lead, making their second start, coming out of a sprint as a 2-year-old. But he was just like, just the right amount of pressure, ears pricked, just traveling so strong. He showed good speed, and then a horse came up alongside him. It didn't bother him at all. He started to edge clear coming off the turn, and then when he was asked, quickened like a real turf horse. I thought it was a very impressive race for a horse that age. I'm looking forward to see what he can do with maturity and growth. I think he might be perfectly capable of beating this bunch.
You're looking at 8-1. There's another 8-1 shot in here, Marcus, that I thought was worth a look. Carlos Martin, brings back
Glorious Boy,
right, from the Dania Beach, and switches actually onto Edgar Zayas. Glorious Boy caught my eye a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I can't see playing Alpeland as the short price here.
I agree. Although here's one of the funny things about taking any stance right now, really for the last 2 years, against Cassie by thinking, I can't take that horse at this price. The problem is every time they all run. I mean, his horses just are running. It's unbelievable.
Well, I'm against him anyway.
All right.
The horse I liked in the Philly race was the other Brian Lynch. What's her name? Wake something.
Well, Lynchy's absolutely on fire. Storm's Wake.
Yeah. Sister Troyan, kind of on the surface, blew her doors off in that work they had together on the 20. Well, it must have been on the. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong horse. The 25th. There's a video of that, I believe. But if you watch to the very end, when they're galloping out through the turn, Storm's Wake is on the outside, so the inside horse obviously has an advantage. He almost gets back on even terms, and that confirms my suspicion that a little farther is going to be better for Storm's Wake, who was very impressive at Churchill, and not a bad field that either. And I liked her Ellis race too. I just threw out her first Gulfstream race, and she finished great last time. I mean, she had to be urged hard and upper stretch, but once she got unwound. But Sister Troyan is pretty darn good right now. I mean, geez. That's why I couldn't like it there, because I think Sister Troyan is probably just going to win again.
What's wrong with surprise ending from Brendan Walsh here?
Surprise ending. Nothing. I liked her race just fine. She could do it.
8-1 on her. Moving inside, she lost a lot of ground.
Interesting race.
In her win.
What about the Holy Bull didn't do much for me. I couldn't form an opinion.
Yeah.
I didn't. Well, I was in California for Incredible, so I didn't get the whole story. I didn't realize that they laid him up intentionally after that. He's an interesting horse.
He's getting some play too. In fact, David Aragona, David's in a meeting this morning, so he couldn't come on. But I asked David what he liked on the weekend, and Incredible was his Holy Bull push. My intrigue, for me, the horse that's got the mystery haze around him is Global Aviator.
Mm-hmm. Could be all right.
I think he's okay.
I will say that Cannoneer did impress me in his.
No, he's the goods. Win. He's a real horse. It seems.
I think so. How far he wants to go, TBD. Also, did you see that Isn't Liberty National in the Southwest?
Liberty National is in the Southwest.
He was supposed to run in the Risen Star. He changed his mind after I talked to him.
What under consideration? Peak.
He was going to run the Risen Star.
Ah, okay. Well, I'm sure he'll have something.
He still loves the horse. I couldn't give him an excuse for the gun runner. He should have won that race. To me, that race completely fell apart, and he had the trip. I don't know why he wouldn't have won if he was that good, but I mean, he's a trainer. I'm just some guy sitting in a desk in Chicago. That horse Blackout Time worked. You know, he had a quarter mile unpublished races, wasn't far enough the week before, and then he got 3/8 on the tab last weekend. I think he's pretty good. I like him. He was solid against Ted Noffey when Ted Noffey was more advanced, and I don't know how quickly Blackout Time will get ready, but he definitely would be one to watch for me.
Southwest will be fun next Friday. It's a good group.
Yeah. No, it's too bad about the weather. I was looking forward to diving into it for this weekend. But
it's all right.
All right. Well, don't say anything controversial on your show, Steve. I would hate to see that you've gotten arrested, let off. Okay, so be careful.
Thank you, Marcus.
The ground is shifting beneath our feet, and we need to be attentive to it. We wind up in the gulag.
Well, as Christophe used to say, I shall do my best.
Can do nothing more. And enjoy that snowy day.
Thanks, buddy. Marcus Hirsch, everybody. DRF Hirsch, and of course the next week the start of the Derby Watch kicks off. Barry Spires is going to join us, then Hammer, then a Rich Eng visit this last hour. What are we in? Yeah, we're not in bad shape. Get to Barry and get his Tampa ideas. I do want to ask Hammer, and I didn't warn him about this. I'm sure he's maybe listened a little bit during the course of the week. But I do want him, from a racing office perspective, to give everybody a quick primer regarding what still has to be reported in terms of equipment changes. You know, this goes back to the conversation with Mig and Andy on Tuesday. And I want Hammer to provide you a racing office perspective. All right. The urban handicapper himself, Barry Spires. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. What's up, man?
We're trying to keep the home fires burning, as they say.
Oh man, you have no idea. It's freezing here in Florida. I feel like I'm back in Mass.
Well, that's funny. How cold is it in Jacksonville?
Jacksonville's supposed to get into the 20s on Sunday.
Wow.
You know, we're on the cusp of that in Daytona, but I'm
in Daytona.
Towards,
that's right.
I'm heading towards Gulfstream, so it's a little warmer down there.
Oh, for sure. No, that's good. All right. So you're that's interesting. You're going to save Tampa for the anniversary for the 100th anniversary weekend.
I'll be out there next weekend for the Sam Davis.
Nice.
But I wanted to see Global Aviator win with my own eyes.
Well, look at you. I just brought him up with Marcus, and I've been talking about him, the last few days. Let's dive right in and talk. I asked you for Tampa opinions, but let's also get anything at Gulfstream that you want to do. And you're with me. You're intrigued by Global Aviator.
Yeah, I think that horse has a lot of upside. I mean, we've seen some of the other horses, and beyond Ted Noffey, everybody is kind of in the same boat. And I think it's right now for a horse to step up. Why not that one? He should run all day out of Curlin. Curlin sire, and the dam side, I think, is Quality Road. So that horse should be able to run long.
Indeed, Quality Road mare, and from Robert Evans's Broodmare Band, the global campaign, son of Curlin. I agree. The stretch out, really, I'm not worried about the stretch out either. And the way he won kind of gives you an indication that that the 2 turns is going to be in his well and within his wheelhouse. And the pace scenario here does not look like this is a breakneck pace.
No, it never does though with these newly turned 3-year-olds. But somehow, some way, the paces tend to heat up. And
That's fair.
if you have a horse that can pass horses, and it can pass horses, that's always a look up in my mind.
Well, Global Aviator, what do you think we're going to get price wise?
Probably about 6-1, and I'm okay with that. I like that.
All right. Well, Cannoneer, I'm hearing so much Cannoneer, and I'm hearing quite a bit of Incredible. So the two of them, if the money gravitates in that direction, I think nearly was 9-5 going in, and something tells me that he's going to maybe float up a little bit. I don't know, maybe not. With that big fig, the big fig always attracts money.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Anyway,
I think
we're going to get a
Incredible
decent
has
price. Incredible definitely
I
does.
think in fact, I think Incredible and Global Aviator will probably try to get the same trip. Sitting just right off the speed and kind of making a run. And whoever gets first run is probably going to win this race. So I think Global Aviator can do it. So we'll see.
All right. I'm happy to bet along with you on Global Aviator. What else on this card attracts your interest?
Not much on the Gulfstream card, but at Tampa, the late pick 3 tomorrow is where I'm pinpointing.
All right, let's go.
The Tampa Stakes Simulate, ran good against Layabout in the Tropical Park Derby. Got steadied really bad, kind of mid-stretch and couldn't get back going and kind of finished out of the money. But I think that horse might get a good trip. And I'm not really fond of the rail runners like that, but I think this one ends up in a nice spot with the speed to the outside. I'm throwing like a pick 3 there and trying to nail this one kind of cold. But I'm going to use Simulate and Tom's Magic, who ran against Test Score and Salamis out west in the Hollywood Derby. That was a really strong race.
Yep.
And I think that horse is going to come out of that race good and run well. So those to me seem like the 2 to beat.
All right, so 1-7 in the first leg.
Yep, and then the 8th, Disruptor seems to lay over that field pretty good. They're going to have their hands full trying to beat that one, but I would throw in the 3 P4 on that ticket. Has a little bit of upside, flying a little under the radar. Will be a good price with Siggy aboard. I think they got a good chance, but it's going to be hard to beat Disruptor. But I would throw P4 in there too.
I will make at least one football reference here in that field, and you're too young, I think, Barry.
Maybe not.
do you remember the name Homer Jones?
No, I do not.
Homer Jones was a very good receiver for the New York Giants when I was growing up, and Tarkington used to throw to him, and Homer Jones. They ran a lot of post routes. I mean,
there you go. I got to ask my dad. My dad, grew up in New York City and stuff, and he was a Giants and Dodgers fan.
Forget about
before they left town. So he's still a Dodgers fan.
Well, my dad too. But then when they left town, he became a Mets fan when the Mets came when the Mets in '62 came around. But your dad will absolutely remember Homer Jones for sure. Without a doubt.
Yeah, I apologize. My voice is terrible because I lost it last week cheering on Destino de Oro. And I didn't have a voice until Tuesday. And then I got sick and lost it again.
Oh, jeez. You do sound a little raspy. You're usually got a little sweeter tone. All right. What about the Endeavor?
The Endeavor, Al Jafar looks pretty good. Chad Brown, unveils horses like this all the time in these low-level stakes in order to kind of springboard into a big year. This horse ran down some horses at Keeneland I think he's the goods. I would also kind of throw in those 50 and 15-1 seems like a stretch because I think I'm the third person that talked about this horse.
Yes, you are. Yeah, that's true.
Ran pretty good in November, and I think this horse is on the improve. And I like the fact that Mott goes to the local rider and Danny Centeno, my man. He's been riding very, very well. You know, he doesn't take on a whole lot of mounts like he used to when he was in Maryland and all that kind of stuff, but he makes the most of the ones he rides, and he's been riding very, very well.
Well, then if people want to play and they want to hammer the pick three straight, 194 is the main portion of the ticket, and 173934 if you want to spread a little bit, but the prime play would be 194.
There it is. Play them both. Get all the money. Take it all home.
Exactly. Try to leave some for everybody else too, Barry.
I don't know. I can't make any promises.
I love it. We'll talk next week, and looking forward to Sam Davis and the big 100th anniversary at Tampa next week. So safe travels.
Thank you.
Down to Gulfstream.
Hopefully you can get Sid out to the track.
He'll be, well, I won't be there till we won't be there till Tampa Bay Derby week.
Okay.
Although Tina and I will be in the area the weekend of the 20th, and we're talking about seeing CC and Sid when we're down there.
All right, that's what's up, man. Those, Sid's the greatest. That's my man.
He is the greatest. We will be watching. I'm sure there'll be another half a dozen people that want to take pictures with you, that meet you for the first time at Gulfstream this weekend.
Oh yeah, that's always fun. Shaking hands and kissing babies.
That's you. Urban handicapper Barry Spires, everybody. Thanks, Barry. Talk next week.
All right, thanks. See you later.
He's the greatest. We'll check in with Hammer, and as I told you, as we're waiting for Barry, I think everybody's got a degree of a little bit of a cold or a little something, a little residual, whether it's Tina. Every day Tina comes home from school and says there were 4 kids out today. This one was sick, and everybody's suffering a little bit. Hammer, how you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty darn good, I gotta say.
100%? You almost 100% now?
Oh, just about 100%. Yeah, when I make the trek up the mountain here in the next few days and run down like I do for that, once I get that one of those in, I'm back. So I'm getting there.
Cool.
I'm getting there. So it's all good. Yeah, we're I don't even want to talk about the weather out here. It's just unbelievable. I do want to give a shout out to my man, our friend of the show and a friend of mine, Michael Evans, he's on Route 66. He just left Elk City, but I told him, he said, he's heading the wrong way. He left here, Palm Springs, driving to Philadelphia. I said, you're going the wrong way. But when I hear you and Jimmy, veterans of the North, talk about this storm, and it's not just hey, we had a little bit of snow and it's a little bit of cold, but just the length of it, right? The intense cold and how long it's lasted. Yeah. I know it's pretty bad.
No, this is serious. No, there's no doubt. Sub-zero, when you're below zero night after night after night, it takes a toll a little bit.
I mean, it has to, just like you said. I mean, you get to the point where, I know I got to the point when I was back, I could tell the difference between 20, 10, 5, and 0. And when it's like super cold and you just can't be out and about in it. And it's trouble. One on a good note, you talked about that. We talked about the ice fishing. That photo you sent me was classic. I mean, I didn't know somebody just popped a tent there. I think it was a place to camp, but it's classic. But on the other hand, I did talk to Eric Hamill back yesterday, so he's game. So if Lake Hamilton is frozen over when they have the convention there in early March, in Hot Springs. He's ready. We'll get Tom there. You, me, and Tom and Eric will do a little fishing.
Unbelievable.
Expedition.
Yeah, I had to bring this up. All right, I'll do it. I'll have to follow through, I guess.
Or Quint, whatever he wants to do. He was all game. So we might have to get a patch, put an eye patch on him or something like that. Classic. But you talk about the Oakland weather, and you know what's pretty funny is listening to the news, and of course I watch get up to the weather here, but you don't do it that often, but just because we have people all over it. And had a guy from the Arkansas Department of Transportation on the other day, and he goes, "I remember that storm back in 2021," and I remember going, "I was there," and so it was day after day, and of course for someone like me, I enjoy something different, but they can't train there, and they can't train because they can't treat the track because it's a national park and all that goes together. But the horsemen there, they don't complain, they don't whine, they do what they got to do. And I can remember not training for 7 or 8 straight days and then just running on the 9th day. I mean, they just maybe trained one day and poof, right back to the races. So those horsemen come, they do what they got to do, and when the door opens, it's not like, well, I got to get a couple works into them. Nah, let's go. And so they'll be backed up, like you said. I think they added a Sunday or two, and so kind of waiting for them to get going. There's always something to look at in the forum when you're looking at what's going on. I wanted to bring up one other thing that was brought up yesterday, and I didn't catch who brought it up, but they were talking about that horse, Zany Tactics.
Yes.
Who brought him up? Who brought that horse up? But he has he's a kind of a, I don't know if it's a legend out here. I mean, that horse ran in the 80s, like the early mid 80s, and Blake Keep was the trainer. Blake went on to was a good trainer in his own right, but became Wesley's kind of right hand man when he first started going out, and it still is, and has made the rounds. But this horse, Zany Tactics, I mean, I knew he'd won a lot of races and been around, but I looked him up. This horse won stakes at like Hawthorne, Delmar, Santa Anita, Derby Downs. Remember the name? Derby Downs. I think that was before Beulah came about. The Thistledown. He actually won a race at Beaumont as well, an allowance race. So he traveled the country, and he ran a fast race. He went 7-2 in a race. I forget which one it was, and I was like, wow, that's pretty good. And then in 1987, won the Phoenix Gold Cup in 106-4, and which is flying over no matter what you're running over. But anyway, he was kind of a legend out here, Zany Tactics, and in the saddle that day was Cowboy Jack Canal. So just kind of a throwback, and I was like, he perked up when I heard that name, and it was a throwback. But it's always always fun when you remember those horses.
Yeah, Jim Corns brought him up, and Jim's great for that kind of thing.
Yeah. Anyone back here remembers Zany Tactics. Well, and I don't know. Does that sound like it would still be a record? 106-4. I mean, I'm for 3/4.
I don't know. It's got to be close,
right? I haven't heard anybody breaking 7.
Got to be pretty close.
So I did not look that up. But anyway, I just thought I wanted to bring him up because it just kind of woke me up out of the chair.
That's funny. That's my horses the time forgot thing.
Yeah.
And they're great.
And what's scary is this was 40 years ago. You think 20, so you double it, right? And that's usually what you end up doing. It's hard to believe that's that long.
Yeah,
ago.
he ran from 85 to 87.
Okay, yeah, so it was about
88
40 years
even.
ago. And
his last win, Hammer. His last win was in the Ancient Title, which propelled him into the Breeders' Cup.
Did he run in the Breeders' Cup? Oh, wow.
He ran in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He ran in at Hollywood in '87.
Unbelievable. I don't remember that. That's incredible. And you see there, he won a race at Belmont. He ran second in the Boojum also back there. But he made the rounds. He raced again. We ran at Canterbury, like I said, Thistlebound, Hollywood, Santa Anita, of course, Del Mar, Turf Paradise. He was everywhere. So he's one of those, I don't know, horses. You figure like Jack Van Berg would be the trainer, type of horse that just run all over the place. But Blake made a name for himself, and great guy. He was an outrider here for us for a while. He's one of those true race trackers. He could do it all. And glad to hear that. I think they said he was back, working for Wesley in Ocala or somewhere for him. But I'll run into him all over the place.
Gulfstream. Gulfstream. He's
at Gulfstream. Okay, good. And probably rode his motorcycle there. I know he's one of those guys that like to get up and go on a motorcycle ride for a week or so and come back. But good man, Blake. We'll run into him somewhere down the road.
I'll give you. You mentioned that he ran in the Boojum. The Boojum, which isn't run anymore, but it became the Forest Hills, and I'll give you a horse. One of my favorite horses. When I was getting serious about the game, and it's a horse that you'll appreciate, Mr. Nickerson from Mark Reed.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
And I saw him win the Boojum.
Oh, did you really? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. 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 80 would have been 88 or 89. Yeah.
Breeders' Cup. Yes. I remember Mr. Nickerson for sure. And that was back when horses ran 25, 30 times. Never batted an eyelash. When's the next race? Okay, I'm in. Put me in, coach. Ready to go. So you threw something at me here at the end about the reporting, right?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as reporting equipment change, because that's where we're going. In other words, when a horse enters the race, what does he have to report?
Exactly, and whether it's blinker changes, other equipment, what is the current status, and is it seemingly each circuit has got their own set of standards these days.
In a sense, yeah. Now understand, I haven't really taken that many entries in the past years, but it hasn't really changed. So when someone calls up and says, "Hey, put my horse in," ask about this, and he changes, usually throw that at there, and yeah. So tell you if they're gonna take blinkers on or take blinkers off. Obviously, on means they are wearing them currently, and they're going to take them off, and vice versa. They didn't wear them in their last race, and it all goes to the last race. So if he wore blinkers in his last race, you want to take them off, I'm taking my blinkers off. If he didn't wear them, we want to put them on. They report that too. There's some. There may be some jurisdictions, like a horse that say he wants to take his blinkers. He won in blinkers last time, or he didn't win them, and he won, and he wants to take them off or leave them on. That might be a decision of the steward saying, why you changed equipment. Your horse ran a good race, he won. But so blinkers are definitely noted. When it comes to some shoes, a bar shoe on or a bar shoe off is generally, and I say generally because each circuit is different, is generally noted in the program. If the horse is going to be barefoot, various reasons, that is usually reported. Even if that's continued, that's usually just reported so it can be noted. And trying to think, I made a quick call beforehand to try to think, like a tongue tie.
Yeah.
No, that's not reported. Generally, I haven't heard of a place that does say tongue tie on, tongue tie off. Let's see. The nasal strip, which is kind of haven't heard of a nasal strip being used as before. We had some, I think it was a California Chrome, it was a nasal stripper, and reported that. And I can't remember if that was reported, nasal strip on, nasal strip off. It could have at some point. I haven't heard that. But as far as that's pretty much it. I mean, front wrap and
bandages, right? What
they're not reported. They're noted in the form, but they're not reported at entry time. Someone notes them. That usually the DRF chart caller, when they come on the track, he'll go, "Oh, this one's got this. Oh, your front wraps on that one, whatever," and they'll note it. But it's not generally reported on an entry.
Okay, all right. I wanted to. It's something we haven't visited. Really, I don't think ever. It's just one of those topics that it's sort of there, and you don't. And it came up, and I, Andy. Andy Serling brought it up because of what Andy Biancone said on the air about the tape inside those pacifiers, those goggles, and that they essentially were acting as a blinker, and it triggered this this conversation path.
And so in a situation where there might be a little half cup or this cup or that cup, that'll be up to the paddock judge to decide, if that needs to be noted or not. And that's just kind of how that goes. It's a rabbit hole as far as equipment. You don't want to, how far do you want to go down? Oh yeah, I got a new saddle. I got, I just, you know what I'm saying? It's so just the blinkers, which have the thing and the shoes. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, and Hammer, do you have any not a policy, but any opinion on throat surgeries and how they should be handled? And because invariably, a horse will gonna have a form turnaround and interview post race. Well, we did a myectomy on him. It's like, well, okay.
So. How to what degree, where do you stop? That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly it. Yeah.
We had his shoes trimmed. Okay, all right. When? Tuesday. Okay, all right. Let's go. Which ones? I mean, how far are you going to go? I mean, some of that is just general upkeep. For each horse has different needs and wants, and the trainer will do it. Throat surgery, of course, and there's some minor stuff that once in a while sometimes does turn around. Of course, the ultimate equipment change.
Gelding.
Gelding has been through the ringer for a long time, and I think we meaning the game has done a much better job of getting to that. When the horse was actually gelded and reported in the form, and first time geldings and all that. I remember there was a big flurry at the beginning of this. Oh my gosh, the gelding, and there was, every horse that got gelded won next time out, and which wasn't the case. I think I had a deal with one of the people in charge. I won't say who, but I said, you know what? For the next week, I'll take the horses that wear red first time in the red silks. You could take the first time geldings type of thing. You know what I mean? And I won, whatever it was. I said, come on, please. Two of them win in a week. It's like every horse won. So, but we did. But that was correct to put that on the list. So yes, geldings are definitely reported, and actually you get a fine if you don't report it. And as far as the blinker thing goes, each track is different. So let's say it's reported. The horse comes over and got blinkers, and it's like whoa. You didn't report it, and then they'll call up the entry guy. Hey, did he report it? Oh, it's on the entry blank. This, that, or the other. Maybe they make an announcement. Never they would do, but they still may. Number 6 does not have blinkers on, but they're going to put them on at the gate, type of thing. So they'll go back and double check and see if he wore them last time, and see if the guy actually entered the correct way, and make adjustments in the paddock, and then make that announcement if need be. So blinkers is the big one, equipment wise, that is the one that gets changed. I mean, reported
for sure.
So as far as that goes, I wanted to make one more. I mean, we're kind of off the beaten path here a little bit, but I want to make one more. You mentioned the Savannah bananas.
Yeah.
I'm really going out there. And I'd never heard of that, right? And it turns out we're going to Savannah in April. So I looked them up. I said, wow, this is something to check into. I'd never heard of them. So anyway, I don't know why I wrote that down.
I'm shocked considering your, you've got all kinds of far-flung interests when it comes to perform. I mean, it's a performance. I mean, it's a show. Did you see some videos?
I didn't see the videos, but I know that they're down there. They're down around Charleston, of course. They play in Charleston and Greenville, South Carolina, which we in, and I happen to be going to Savannah for a Billy Strings concert in April, and they're around there. So I'm checking it out for sure.
You'll have a riot. You'll have a lot of fun. Yeah, they play at Grayson Stadium in Savannah. And they tour when they're not touring. I mean, when their home field.
They got a whole league. So.
There's a whole they're all fodder. The league is basically, it's a bunch of Washington Generals that are.
Yeah. No. Well, when you said that, it made more sense to me. For those of you who don't know who the Washington Generals are, they were the team that the Harlem Globetrotters played every game, and kind of did their part to make the Globetrotters look good, and but they were kind of the setup. They were the setup for them. So no, I'm looking forward to doing that for sure. Unlike you guys back there, the weather's been great out here. So racing will continue on. Knock on wood. We've had winds and but nothing. So far so good. We'll pick up, and last weekend here, of course, it was good too, and it had that double carryover in that coast to coast pick 5. I did swing a little bit, did not connect, and that was one. Steve, I heard you talking about it a little bit on the show, and I started diving, and this was one of those ones that I should have put the ticket in that I needed to put in. In other words, I got cheap. I think I put in a $70 ticket or something. I should have put in a few $100 ticket, and I probably would have hit it. And I was really upset at myself for not, taking a full swing there. But keep your eyes on those, because the payouts was tremendous. And once again, that coast to coast is couple races, 2 or 3 races from Gulfstream, and then 2 or 3 races from Santa Anita, making a pick 5 sequence. For $1, and of course the low takeout and retail only, and then the coast to coast, the pick 6 is the same theory, but it's the last 3 at Gulfstream, and then the last 3 at Santa Anita. Once again, these are all retail only, 15% takeout. So keep your eye on those, and also I like and more people do the raised minimum wagers. So the $3 all turf pick 3. Which is good. And then the late pick 3, regardless of the surface, is a $3 wager as well. And then the $5 late double. And as you mentioned earlier, our man, Vuk, has switched. Leo has switched over, and basically can concentrate on that. And since that's come up, I've mentioned it to some other, friends that I, do a little wagering, and they've done the same thing. They'll still making their plays, but they'll concentrate on these because the payout is just, it's exponentially bigger than a $1 payout times 3. So keep your eye out on those. Coming up this weekend between the 2 tracks. Derby stuff is coming up. I think the Lewis will be next week. But a couple stakes on Saturday. The Santa Squell, which is one of the lead ups to the Santa Anita handicap, a rather modest field of 6. And, actually this Steve Knapp horse, you don't really thinking about Steve Knapp horses when you're thinking about these handicap races coming up, but his horse is coming. And I still don't know how to say that. Bartholdi? You got a name for that?
Yeah, Bartholdi.
Bartholdi. Okay. Very good. Ran well in his last race. He looks fine. The Pony Express from the John Sadler barn is doing well, and John fresh off that third in the Pegasus with full Serrano lads. I think he's going to end up possibly going, maybe in Dubai with that horse. Who ran well. That's what they're talking about. So that's the San Pasquale. Later on, the Megahertz. And speaking of horses that ran in the area, Megahertz was quite a filly here. Of course, trained by Bobby Frankel. And he used to be this horse. She won 9 stakes at Santa Anita. And that's a pretty good feat early in the early 2000s, and he would brag on her a lot. And Michael Bello, the owner, and so he ended up naming a race. We needed a spot for a prep for some race down the road, and threw this race in there probably about 10, 15 years ago, and it's stood the test of time, and is now a graded race. And it came up pretty darn good this mile, and I'm top to bottom here. I spent more time than I should have. I ended up on Doug O'Neill's horse, this Princea Moshe from Peru, and I think the price could be all right. I didn't see the morning line, but seems to run every time. Has been double digits ever since she came here, and did win at 19-1 a couple times ago, and off of that was 16-1 last time. So may get a decent price on her. I ended up on her, and there's a nice 3-year-old race on Saturday, of course, led by the one and only Bob. Has 3 horses. Bob Baffert, 3 horses in here. Sometimes you go by the jock, sometimes you don't. Obviously, Juan Hernandez probably has first call in that barn, and he's gone with the Crude Velocity colt in there. But there's one on the outside, the Into Mischief, the Potente for Speedway Stables, has some nice works, as does the one on the rail. And someone asked me the other day, well, how come he can run 3 in there? And Jeff Bondi, I guess, ran 3 the other day. Well, back when, they said, oh, you let Baffert do it. Well, actually, we put this rule in, at least 20 years ago, to let a trainer run 3 in a maiden race, as long as there was 7, maybe 8 other interests. And actually, it wasn't for Bob Baffert. It originally was for Bobby Frankel. He had a ton of turf horses back in the day, and he was like, hey, you should be able to run them. And we said, yeah, you're right. So it actually was for him. And with the turf races, we didn't go with 7 usually. They were bigger. So that rule's still in effect, and so we let him run, and hey, it's the way it turns out. Some like it, some don't. But like I said, Jeff Bondi ran 3 in a race the other day, and I think he finished 1, 2, 3. So it's not just always for one person, but keep your eye on that one. And what the Holy Bull's coming up. We got they're not running the Wither. When are they going to run the Wither, Steve?
They'll announce it later today, but they're thinking about Friday, but they're making they're making all the same arrangements that everybody's dealing with.
Yeah, that's hopefully, and if done right, there's the cancellation can really help down the road. It's when tracks try to add those days back too quickly without thinking, like thinking, oh, they'll just plug it in here and here. It messes up with the rotation of the races. But if they plug in the days, hey, not necessarily a day, but we'll run an extra race here, and here when they come up. They can really benefit the program. You just got to be careful when you plug those days in and not just jam them in because there's an open day in the calendar. And so hopefully that will help with racing all over the East Coast exactly. when it continues. So good. So that's what I got to report.
Very good. I got Rich, and I got to get
Go.
I got Rich, and I got Mike Welch to get to.
And say hi to Mike. We'll enjoy it, and stay warm. Is all I can tell you. And we'll see you on the other side.
Bob Lewis next week, and everything that comes with that. Rich Ang for a couple of minutes before Mike Welch joins us. Rich, nicely done with the championship games, 2 for 2.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Good morning, all the listeners out there. And we went 2-0 last week and 2-0 the week before. So we're closing strong, which is good. Always good.
Well, and we'll get just some basic horse plays in, but what should people be preparing, Rich, from your perspective? When is the right time to take a side? Watching the way this line is moving, is there, what is the value of taking some early positions here before next week?
Well, I would suggest the right time is when you see and get the point or the spread or the total that you think the game is going to be and that you like. So, for example, when the line first came on Sunday, it opened up with Seattle as a 3.5-point favorite over the Patriots, and I thought that was too low. And before I could even make a bet on my phone app, the line had already moved to 4. So I did take some Seattle at -4. Now it's up to 4.5, and I really think the line possibly could go higher, 5.5. So if you like Seattle, I might suggest you bet now. And if you like New England, I would suggest probably you wait till next week, closer to kickoff, and might get 5.5, because I think it's going to go that direction. And as far as the total opened up with 46.5. I took that number under, with the idea that the best side on both teams is their defenses. The defense, the Seattle defense is really, really strong. We saw that the last few weeks. The Patriots defense is underrated, but Mike Vrabel is such a great defensive coach that he has players who play with a high football IQ on defense, and both teams stopped the running game pretty well. So I did take the under. That people have a different opinion than me, then you might want to wait a little bit. If you like New England, certainly wait till next week. If you like the total over, you might want to jump on it now, because I think the lean's going to be toward the under. As far as things that I'm looking for right now, is I haven't picked up the Super Bowl prop sheets from the different casino books around town, but I'm going to do that today and tomorrow and accumulate as many as I can, start preparing notes. Just a word of the wise maybe on how to bet the props is people love action. They love yardage. They love scoring. So the tendency is for people to bet over yardage on running backs, quarterbacks, receivers, because they want to see action. But I can tell you that the pros, people are a lot smarter than I am, Steve. They will wait till next week, and they'll bet the unders, because people aggressively bet overs wanting action. But a lot of the pro bettors, they bet unders. So that's just a word of the light.
No, that messaging we've heard really all season, particularly from Craig Dato, when it came to the props from Sports Injury Central. We'll get both you and Craig, as well as Dave Hill, next week. Steady lead up into Super Bowl. Rich, what do you got for some equine action?
I'll give 2 horses real quick, and then you can bring Mike in. But we'll go to Santa Anita. The card is kind of a short card, but let's try to get maybe possibly a single in the horizontals. Race 2, I like the 1 Shamrockin'. Not much of a price, but it's only a 5-horse field. But this horse is actually the 3rd horse in the morning line, Shamrockin'. Hector Barrios. I love betting Barrios, especially when you can save ground on the rail. So let's go with that, the 1 in the 2nd race. And then at Gulfstream Park, race number 2, the hottest trainer on the grounds is Carlos David. And he's winning the race at an unbelievable level. He's got the 3-horse McMullen with the apprentice. Let's put this kid on a lead and go as fast and as far as he can. 3, McMullen in the 2nd.
9-2 with Nichols, and this is a 8,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime, going 5 on the synthetic. All right. So what's give me the Santa Anita again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Race number 2, it's 6 furlongs on the grass. The number 1 is Shamrockin' with Hector Barrios. Barrios rides the grass as well as anybody in Southern California.
For sure.
Nowadays. So he'll save ground, and then he'll kind of angle out and try to mow him down like 1. Shamrockin' in the 2nd.
Very good. 7-2. That goes off at 4:03 Eastern, and the race at Gulfstream goes at 12:50 in exactly 1 hour and 3 minutes. Rich, we'll talk next week. We'll go through Super Bowl action.
Sounds really good, Steve. Thank you, and good luck, everybody.
Rich Yang, everybody, and Mike Welch will be with us right at 11:50 apparently. All right, that's fine. He had to run. He had to run Andy to the airport. Andy Belfiore. So let me see if there's anything else that we didn't get to. No, we're in pretty good shape. There's Gulfstream, and we'll save that for. We got the Laurel out of the way. Hard news. I will tell you this. Tuesday next week, we're looking forward to visit with Everett Dobson, and we'll talk the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm sure, without a doubt, right? We got to talk Thunder with Ev, and we'll talk his horses, and most notably, we'll talk Jockey Club, and some headlines this week regarding Jockey Club. We'll talk the issues of the day with Everett Dobson, who has settled in at Jockey Club, and haven't had a chance to talk to him, so I'm looking forward to it. I saw him at Breeders' Cup. We were in the Breeders' Cup racing office. I said, Everett, I got to get you on. I think the last time I don't remember what horse was it, a horse, or he might have been on because of the graded stake committee, and he was I think he came on and as an observer, and we talked about it with him and his own racing interests as well. Fascinating guy, and from a business perspective, a guy that has built up any business that he's been involved in. So looking forward to Everett Dobson Tuesday after the break, 10:30. All right. Let me pull out there's Gulfstream. All right. As we get ready for Mike, and we pretty much have gone through the stakes. Let me see if last week he got that clocker report up on a real timely basis the day before. It's not up yet. The Saturday report's not up yet. But we'll see how quickly. And this card, it's funny. This card does not have, right? Doesn't have a a high level. There's a maiden optional claiming event goes as the fourth, but that's it's not like what we had last week, and we might actually get an update from Mike on Swing Vote and the other maiden winners from the weekend. Code Review, we talked to Safi about, and Canaletto from Chad. So Mike Welch to close out the morning, and I will thank Stephen Skaggs, who's been an attentive. I think the cold weather has kept Skaggs in the house the whole week, because he's been really helpful with all kinds of information. And he mentioned when it came up with Hammer about that 106 and change, he sent the Factor. The Factor broke his maiden in track record time, 106.98. That's still not as fast as Zany. Mike Welch joins us to close out the morning. It's been a busy morning. Mike, some quick, some overview. Your Holy Bull thoughts going into tomorrow.
Well, the race takes on a little extra meaning now, especially for Todd. Obviously, now that he's lost his number one Derby horse, nearly, looks like his top prospect at the moment. So this is going to be a more important race for the barn, obviously. his last race was as impressive as it could get. The 97 Buyer, the way he did it, the way he galloped out, the fact that he had to overcome some trouble after the break. He got a good education in the race. Still has to prove he can go 2 turns, though. That's the big question here. But it seems like he's training like he will. His gallop outs have been good. His work reports are good. So, he's the horse to beat. The one, fear you may have if you're backing Nearly is the fact that Cannoneer is probably going to get loose on the lead. And, that could be dangerous. He looks like a very talented horse himself, obviously. We'll have to see how the track is playing, how speed is playing. Big caveat as far as the racetrack has been for the last several weeks. I probably have mentioned on your show at least once, or if not more, the last few weeks. The inside part of the track has not been good. You really want to be away from the rail. It seemed that way again yesterday. Whether that'll change between yesterday and tomorrow at 5:30 remains to be seen. But handicappers really have to keep an eye on this. It's really been a significant factor, and the riders that are aware that you don't want to be inside are benefiting from it right now. So Nearly, with his running style, figures to be out near the middle of the track. I'm sure Johnny will have him out there. Cannoneer, Irad seems to be aware, so even if he's on the lead, if things are playing that way, I wouldn't be surprised to see him 5, 6, 7 pads out turning for home if he's still in front.
Mike, what's your read on Global Aviator off the maiden breaker in November?
Very talented horse, no doubt about it. That was an awesome effort visually. Overcame a terrible start and a very wide trip when, at that time of the meet, being out in that part of the racetrack was not as big an advantage as it might be now. Rohan decided to pass the Mucho Macho Man, thought it might be coming up a little soon, decided instead to train him up to this race. So, he's been away a bit. He missed a couple of weeks training. His works have been good. He's training him to go a mile and a 16th. His gallop outs have been strong. It's really hard to say where he fits at the moment or how he fits in this scheme of things coming off an 8-9 week layoff like that. But I think he's going to be heard from. Whether he's going to be good enough to come back off that layoff, go 2 turns off of the 6 furlong maiden win remains to be seen. But I think he's a horse to keep an eye on for sure down the road.
Mike, let's back it up to the Swedish chant. And I just happened that I see you like Lynch and Storm's Wake, who came up earlier this morning, and she's going to be a price.
Yeah, no, she definitely should be. I just thought her race in the Ginger Brew was sneaky good. She got shuffled back early, came wide into the stretch. She galloped out past the field, including Sister Troen. Now they've been working together. They were workmates on January 25th. I'll give you a little peek into the Clocker report for Saturday. She held her own with her. They both got good grades for that work on the 25th. So I think she's going to move forward a whole lot in here. Sister Troen is still the one to beat, but I think, it's all about value as far as I'm concerned, and most players are concerned. So I think she has a chance. Brian Lynch has been just so good on the turf so far this meet. His 2, I think, are going to be the ones to beat.
The Lynch has been tearing it up. Keep backing it up. The Forward Gal and 9 to 5 on Time Girl for Brad Cox. He's also got a second horse that's Sneaky Good. She's, in fact, Scully liked Sneaky Good in there. I thought Tessellate at 6 to 1 was an interesting alternative. Mythical, of course, is the second choice, and seems like some people are against her.
Yeah, I think that's been not in the 2 stallion races where she stood out so much, but I think all along people have doubted her ability to go 7/8 or further. She did do it in the Susan's Girl, and she did go 6.5 in the Adirondack, but a lot different class of competition there than she's going to meet here in this spot. She showed she could rate in the Susan's Girl, but she did that against inferior competition. This could be a different story. I think she is going to be the second or third choice in here. I think Brian Nadeau got this right, making On Time Girl the favorite, especially with Irad aboard. He moves the needle so much. He stays. It's unbelievable. Plus, again, the racetrack, could play a big factor of it. I know I talked to Brian Cohen. He was wishing they had drawn outside here, not only to be in the better part of the track, but also so she could kind of sit and kind of stalk like she did in the Susan's Girl. But she's down in post 4. A lot of the speed is outside her, so she might not get the trip that they'd love for her to get in here. I'm on time gal. She really hasn't run a bad race yet. Her only defeat, she was dueling on a pretty fast pace. I think Irad's just going to sit back, let the speed inside him go. He should get the dream trip outside, especially if the track is good out in that part again.
Well, we got to wrap up. Mike, what time is the report going to hit the website?
Should be about 4:00 this afternoon. It's all ready to go. I just got to tweak it and send it in a couple hours, so it'll be ready by later this afternoon.
Well, there's the late pick 3, and those are actually the 3 races that lead in to the Sunset 6. Mike, good luck. Appreciate it, and we'll talk next week.
Okay, you guys see.
Mike Welch, everybody, and that's Twin Spires Weekend Preview. And boy, oh boy, did we pack it in. Mike Welch, Rich Eng, Hammer, Barry Spears, James Scully, Marcus Hirsch, Callie Francois, Nick Tamaro, Brad Free. Right? That was it. Yeah, I think that was everybody. I'll do some Gulfstream. I guess I'll do the combo with Santa Anita. That makes sense. Yeah. All right. Stay safe. Stay warm. Thanks for a fun week. Replay tomorrow morning, 5 to 8 here on SiriusXM. If you missed anything, archive podcast, etc. as well. And we'll talk to you Monday with some recapping. Thanks, everybody. Good luck.
On Sirius XM Radio. Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotion and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night nationwide. Get the action of world horse racing with Naira Bets. $200 deposit match with promo Steve200. Visit NairaBets.com for details.
Horses power Virginia's economy, creating over 38,000 good, fulfilling jobs every year. Think about the farmers, the farriers, the feeders, the athletes, trainers, drivers, and jockeys, caretakers and landscapers, investors and interns, veterinarians, restaurant owners, restaurant workers, tour guides, trail guides, equine therapists, and so many more. Now that's horsepower. Virginia's economy wins with horses.
The Pennsylvania breeding program is the best program in the country. The stallion awards, the owner bonuses, also the restricted races and the stakes races for Pennsylvania breeds. Last year, 321 Pennsylvania breeders earned breeders awards. 22 Pennsylvania breeders earned over $100,000. We have the best program in the country. Take advantage of the fantastic program that we have. Learn more at pabred.com.
Nothing compares to a horse. They inspire greatness, command respect. Because Virginia's horse industry isn't just racing and farming. It's built on the skills, labors, and passions of dedicated people working in every industry throughout our state. Horses fuel the economy, create jobs, support thousands of families, and even make dreams come true. Virginia's economy wins with horses. Find out more at virginiahorseracing.com.